Where's it? We're seeing.
He's getting a lunch order
Okay.
to his office.
And we don't need this on the right here. We good with getting it here around 12 and let them go when the food gets here?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Sandy's calling in.
They're all back in there. Everybody stand for Mr. Sanborn.
Oh, please, yeah.
That's the first time everybody stood up for you, wasn't it? Get it where it's facing towards the mouth. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Young, just make sure when you're testifying and that the mic's, close to your mouth.
Closer?
To pick it up.
That better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, we got them all. We're ready to go. We'll bring them back in. We'll bring the jurors back in. Apparently a long commute from the jury lounge back over here.
Jurors entering?
All right, y'all be seated. Y'all ready to go? Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Meza, can we put back up DX82, which is in evidence? Go to page 2 when you get a chance. Oh, I think Gary's doing it. I think we need, yeah, you can finish. Thanks, Gary. Thank you very much. And Mr. Meza, let's do it. Keep going down on this page. After the fleecing, cover that. And so, after you make the comment about fleecing millions of donations, Ms. Kornetsky responds, it costs money, but not 12.5K. Those aren't break-even numbers. Good to know, though. You see that?
I do.
And so, Mr. Young, I think you testified in response to a question from Mr. Friedman that your profit margin was like about 60%, somewhere around there, right?
It varied, but I think that was the average.
Yeah, right. And so when Ms. Kornetsky says it costs money but not 12.5K, those aren't break-even numbers. She was right?
She was, yeah.
Go to the next page, Mr. Meza. And you say if you have reliable options at lower costs, you should take them, right?
I did.
And that's at 310. Now at 311, you say, in any case, I know the scams these others are running with their nonprofits. What do you mean by using the word scams?
What I described earlier, I thought it was just a waste of money in many cases.
Is a scam a waste of money, or is a scam like a fraud?
It's a waste.
Scam isn't another way to say fraud or con or fleece?
I just wouldn't use it that way.
You think, so it's your testimony under oath for this jury that by saying scam, you're just saying waste?
I meant waste, yeah.
You didn't write waste. You wrote scam. What does scam mean to you, Mr. Young?
I just answered the question.
So it means waste?
Yes.
Okay. In any case, I know the scams these others are running with their quote-unquote nonprofits, and if you have half a brain, you should probably do as well, so spare me the judgment. And so when you say if you have half a brain, you're insulting her, right?
Yes.
Right. And just to be fair, this is a person you've never met, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Go down, Mr. Gudeza. And Mr. Kornetsky responds, LOL, I don't think I'll spare you the judgment. You guys are having a back and forth here, right?
Yep.
Sure, there are scams, there are also mercenaries, and there are other people withholding, there are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves. So now she's kind of giving it back to you, right?
Yeah, that's right.
She's calling you a mercenary. Is that the way you take it?
Yeah, she's saying I'm a mercenary.
You took a dig at her, she's taking a dig at you, right?
It's a back and forth.
It's a back and forth, right? When she says there are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves, there were a bunch of nonprofits, veterans who were doing evacuations from Afghanistan, correct?
There were.
And that's what she's referencing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then she says, for 12.5, there should be legal support for obtaining a visa and assistance figuring out a final destination, dumping people in Islamabad. She makes that comment.
Please, this could, Mr. Expert, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Go to the next page, please. And you say our costs include legal status on arrival in UAE or Albania. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And again, you never secured legal status, visas, passports for anyone in UAE or Albania. That was all done by the people who hired you, correct?
That's why I said our costs.
Okay, my question was, I'll read it again. You, Zach Young, never secured legal status, visa, passports for anyone in UAE or Albania. And I think you testified before that your sponsors had done all that, right?
That's right.
So when you're using "are there," you're speaking of you and your sponsors that had paid you?
In this case, our costs include legal status in UAE or Albania. I'm talking about Yuri. He'd done that in other cases, so that cost included that. Not the sponsor, not Audible and Bloomberg.
Got it. But just to be incredibly clear,
Yep.
Yuri had never done an evacuation working with you where you had secured legal status in UAE or Albania, correct?
That's right. That's accurate.
So you had no idea if that was true.
No, that's not correct.
So you just relied on whatever Yuri said and then you just repeated it, correct?
I wouldn't word it like that. We had a long history together and a lot of trust.
So here's the deal. The way this works is I'm going to ask the question in the words I want to. Answer it if you can. If you don't understand my question, tell me you don't understand it.
Okay.
Okay? Ms. Kornetsky then gives a breakdown of the cost. Do you see that?
I see that.
And she ends up with $3 million in revenue. You see that?
I see that.
Minus $1 million in cost
I see that.
equals $2 million. And that's a profit margin of 66%, correct?
Yes.
Pretty similar to the profit margin you were making, correct?
The profit margin, yes.
Right. And so then we can go down. And you say, I'm not chartering the aircraft directly and being offered small-scale capacity for the small groups of 5 to 6 people I can bring forward. In any case, F off. You had never chartered an aircraft or gotten people on any aircraft for evacuations, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell her to F off,
Yeah.
correct?
Regrettably, yes.
Okay. And it's regrettably, right? Because you don't know this person, right?
That's not how I would put that.
But you don't know Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
That is correct.
Right? And is it fair to say that she was irritated you, right?
That's correct.
Right. And in a quick moment of weakness, you told her to F off, right? It was an impulse.
It was an impulse.
Right. Fair to say that when you told her to F off, you didn't think that Ms. Kornetsky was a bad person, did you?
No, I didn't think she was a bad person.
Right.
No. I was just frustrated.
You were just frustrated. And so you made an offhand comment that you shouldn't have, correct?
I can explain more if you want, but I don't want to jump ahead of
So
you.
that's just my question. You just made an offhand comment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Isn't it true that you actually thought that Ms. Kornetsky's heart was in the right place?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we can keep going. And she responds, and she comes back at you, and if we keep going down. And so then you make this comment, we don't accept a requirement unless the sponsor demonstrates they have onward travel arranged, which I think is consistent with what you testified before, correct?
Yes.
Every U.S. company we've worked with has been thrilled with our capabilities. In any case, I don't have to defend our model to some spiteful bee on LinkedIn and waste someone else's time. And that's what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
And you don't think it was appropriate to use that language, correct?
Not exactly correct. Part of it.
I'm focusing on the spiteful bee. You don't think it was appropriate to use the spiteful bee language, right?
I shouldn't have used the B part.
Okay.
I do think she was spiteful. I still do.
Okay. But you don't think it was appropriate to call a woman you'd never met a bee, correct?
Correct.
And you could understand why some people would think that would be offensive.
Oh, yes, of course.
Of course, right? You could understand why some people, if they looked at this, would be offended by the language you use, correct?
Oh, yes, sure.
For sure, right? Isn't it true that, based on this back and forth, even before the CNN publications on November 11th, fair to say, it's pretty obvious Jill Kornetsky didn't like what you were doing,
Yes.
right? And I think we talked about this yesterday, but there was another person named James Daniels who was posting about you before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't like what you were doing either, did he?
Right, correct.
Right. And so you had these two people who, even before CNN did anything, were jumping on LinkedIn and saying stuff about you, right?
Yep, correct.
All right. And if you could just put up Mr. Demeza PX298, which is already in evidence. If you could just pull up the top, the Mr. Daniels post we looked at yesterday. And so this was before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Daniels is jumping on LinkedIn and saying, is accusing you of making false promises, correct?
Yes.
And then he says there's a special ring of hell reserved for people who exploit the Afghan crisis for profit, correct?
That's what he says, yes.
So this was his post before CNN did anything, right?
Yes.
And this was a post that people on LinkedIn could see, correct?
Yes.
Right. And he's calling you out, right?
Yeah, I mean, pretty harsh.
Right. And this post was something that after the CNN publication, you took a screenshot of this post and of the responses that came afterwards, correct?
That's correct.
And this was when you were in the state where you were incredibly worried about the Austrian police, but you decided to take a snapshot of this, correct?
And a lot of other stuff, yeah.
And a lot of other stuff that you thought would be useful in your case, correct?
No, not correct.
But then you deleted all of your actual LinkedIn posts, correct?
Eventually.
Right. So you saved this, but you deleted the things you actually wrote, correct?
No, that's not accurate the way you worded it.
You deleted your LinkedIn post that you wrote, correct?
I did.
Right. There you go. All right. So we're jumping ahead to I think you testified about this yesterday. Your conversation over Signal with Katie Bo-Willis. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so is it true that you reached out to Katie Bo-Willis before she ever reached out to you, correct?
That's right.
And you asked her to connect on LinkedIn, correct?
Yep.
And you had reached out to her because you had heard that CNN had contacted Bloomberg about you, correct?
That's right.
And then once Ms. Lillis agreed to connect with you, you began communicating over Signal?
Yes.
All right, so let's do this. Put up PX 122, which is already in evidence. All right. Keep going down. I'll just grab the entire thing, yeah. Yeah, just so we don't have to come back to it, G. Thanks. All right, so this is your first reach out, and now you're ZY on LinkedIn. Do you know why you're ZY?
No.
Okay. Was that a change you made?
I had to have.
Okay. Hi, Katie. Nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evac requirements. I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. Is CNN involved in rescue efforts, or would they like to be? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you told Ms. Lillis you get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. That wasn't true, was it?
I had been working for journalists, just not directly and not on a daily basis.
Right. So the statement that you wrote, that you led off with, I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis, that was not true, was it?
Yeah, that's true.
It's true that that was not true, correct?
Yes.
Right. In fact, you can't name one journalist who reached out to you for evacuation services, can you?
A specific journalist?
Yeah.
Didn't know.
Have you ever been reached out directly by a journalist for evacuation services?
No.
So you certainly didn't get daily reach outs, did you?
No, not literally.
Right. So that was a lie, correct?
I wouldn't call it a lie.
A fib? A white lie? What would you call it?
I would call it an exaggeration.
Okay. You then write, then Ms. Lillis writes, hi Zachary, good to connect. Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation. Is there a good number to get you?
Mm-hmm.
You say, sure, I'm at a number, and that's a number on Signal, correct?
Yes.
Can be available in 1 hour if that works for you. And then you follow up. 20 minutes later, she doesn't respond. You have requirements with which I might be able to assist. So again, you're asking her, can I do some work for CNN, right?
That's what I was hoping.
That's what you're hoping. Okay. You take that down, Mr. DeMezza, and put up PX 120. It's already in evidence. All right. And so again, I think you testified that this was a document you produced, correct?
Yes, this one.
So again, you deleted the post that you wrote on LinkedIn, but in this state of panic, you screenshot your communications with Katie Bo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you knew you would want those if you were going to sue CNN, correct?
No.
Okay. Katie Bowe writes, hey Zachary, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings for a couple of hours. Could you chat at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time in 3 hours? You respond at 2:26, and I think you said yesterday that this was Austrian time?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your time.
Hi Katie, unfortunately I would be tied up for most of the day from that time, but can we circle back tomorrow or Friday? Then you immediately respond, do you have requirements with which I might be able to assist? So you're pretty eager to see if you can do some work,
I
correct?
would have loved to for CNN, yeah.
And then Katie says, we're actually working on some reporting related to ongoing efforts to help get at-risk Afghans out of the country, and your name came up in a couple conversations we had recently. So I was hoping to ask you a little bit about your operation. You see that?
I do.
You respond, I think we can go to the next page. So she sends that at 2:43. You respond 3 minutes later at 2:46. I guess you had time to talk now. Yes, I have heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected. I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. I'd rather not be named in any reporting. And that's what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Lillis responds, why don't we chat a little off the record and I can give you a sense of what we're working on, right?
Yep.
And so fair to say, she was saying, jump on the phone with me and I'll tell you what I'm working on, right? That's what she said to you.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, I wasn't really aware of what off the record, on the record means. I just didn't understand it.
Right, but she says, why don't we chat? And chat means have a phone call, right?
That's right.
Right. So she was asking, will you jump on the phone with me, right?
She was.
And you say, sure, if you all agree, I won't be named in any article. Do you see that?
I do.
Right. And you said you don't want any media attention, correct?
That's right.
At this time, you were, so this is November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And as we saw from the Jill Kornetsky exchange, you had been kind of on LinkedIn offering evacuation services for about 2 months and change at this point, correct?
That's right.
Right. Posting about evacuation services with your picture, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say, I mean, maybe you don't know this. Did you know that Afghanistan evacuation stories were getting media attention?
I don't recall it. I assume so.
Yeah. You knew that the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was a big story.
Oh, yeah.
And you knew that the U.S. media was covering it because they had all those horrible videos at the Kabul airport, right?
Yeah, I've seen that video.
Right.
Yep.
But you knew this was like a pretty big story in the United States, right? The Afghan withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that you knew that by advertising on LinkedIn, you knew that those posts could get attention, right?
Within my network, yes.
So you think just within your network?
That was my intention. Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking about your attention, sir.
Okay.
I'm asking about your knowledge. Wasn't it fair to say that by posting about Afghan evacuations, you knew that those posts could get some attention? They're out in the public, right?
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay. You didn't agree to speak to Katie Bowe-Willis, correct?
I offered to under a condition.
As long as she wouldn't name you.
Yep.
And she says, I can't promise that in advance, unfortunately. But if you do agree to speak off the record, she says that guarantees that any reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us, right? So she's making a pitch. You talk to me, and we won't include what you're telling us. Our reporting won't reflect that you spoke to us. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And she says it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have the story straight, and to make your case to keep your name out of it. I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are, right? That's what she did. That's what she wrote to you, correct?
Yes, correct.
So she was offering to you the chance to get on the phone, hear about what CNN was working on, make sure they have the story straight, give you the chance to make your case to keep your name out of it, and you did not take her up on that offer, right?
That's correct.
Right. You respond. You don't jump on the phone. Instead, you respond 2 minutes later. What's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? there are a lot of people involved in these efforts the past month. What's your interest in me specifically? Right?
That's right, I'm getting suspicious
You're
of
getting suspicious, right? At this point, you're like,
what's going on.
she's asking, there might be questions about me, right? Because she told you right off the bat that she can't guarantee you that your name won't be in the story, right?
She said that.
Right. And she says again, let's speak on the phone tomorrow. I can run you through all of that, right? She's again offering to get on the phone with you, right?
I didn't trust her, but she offered that.
Okay. She offered to get on the phone with you, correct?
She said that, yes.
And you didn't take her up on that offer, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You then write, I think it'd probably be I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak. Okay?
Yep.
So you write that. She responds. We've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get people out. Understand you're working on them too, and just want to talk about the lay of the land. You see that?
I do.
And you say, okay, I'd be happy to talk and help to understand what's actually been effective and what has not, but still would prefer not to be named in any article as a condition of talking with you. I know many people out there adore the attention, but I'm not one of them. So again, you're making the offer. I'll talk to you, but you need to guarantee me you're not going to name me, right?
That's right.
And she doesn't agree to that, right?
She doesn't.
Right. Then you write, also, FYI, in the past 24 hours, former sponsors we have helped have come forward requesting me to sign NDAs, referencing CNN. Like me, they prefer discretion. You see that?
I do.
You tell her that sponsors had come forward, sponsors with a plural had come forward requesting NDAs, correct?
I do.
Okay, that wasn't true, was it?
That was a typo. Sponsor, singular.
Sponsor.
Yeah,
You meant to say sponsor, but you wrote sponsors.
yeah, it wasn't precise.
Just a typo. But the last line, I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Young. The last line of that test says, like me, they prefer discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were talking about one sponsor, that would be it. They is plural, isn't it?
Right, I mean, like Bloomberg's a huge company. I know
Okay.
Mike himself was personally involved, the chief security officer, so there's a lot of people that were involved in the sponsor side.
Okay. So it's your testimony under oath for this jury that when you wrote sponsors have come forward requesting you to sign NDAs, that was a typo. You meant just to say sponsor.
That's right. I was referring to Bloomberg.
So your sentence was supposed to be, in the past 24 hours, former sponsor we have helped have come forward.
Yeah, it wasn't precise.
Okay. Now, at this point, you're right. I'm also aware of others who view our success as competition to their own models. Do you see that?
I do.
And so, is it fair to say that at this point, you had suspected that either Ms. Kornetsky or Mr. Daniels or Mr. Lerner had spoken to CNN?
I wouldn't word it that way. It seemed like somebody must have given her some kind of false information.
Well, by this point, you knew that you had the situation with Kornetsky, correct?
Yeah.
And by this point, I don't know exactly when the Lerner, actually, you must have already had the conversation with Lerner, correct, too?
I think so.
Right. So by this point, you had had some kind of antagonistic interactions on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you knew there was at least two people out there, and maybe including Daniels, three, who you knew weren't really crazy about what you were doing.
Yes.
All right. Then you go on to say, it's hard to imagine anyone, quote unquote, competing in this environment, but some of these nonprofits organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed. What are you talking about when you're calling people total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed?
Some of these groups were very effective. Others were not. Others, we had a lot of people like Mr. Daniels and others that really wanted to be involved. They wanted to help. They just didn't have a background to do it, and they didn't have any real understanding. They'd been watching too many movies and didn't really understand the true nature of doing something like this.
Was Mr. Daniels organizing a nonprofit?
I don't know what he was doing. I know he was
You just, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Let him finish.
I don't know a lot about what he was doing, but clearly he didn't have any real background in evacuations.
But you just brought up his name in response to my question about total clowns
Yeah.
organizing nonprofits. Who are you talking about, these nonprofits organized by total clowns?
No one specifically, just people like Daniels and others that were really trying to get involved. Their heart was in the right place, but they didn't have a real firm understanding of reality and the background to do anything helpful, to be honest.
You're saying they're organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed. It's pretty critical, right?
Sure.
Right. But it's your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you're in Austria, but you're still an American. We're free to have opinions, aren't we?
Everybody's free to have an opinion.
Everybody is. That's what's great about this country. And you can't name me the people that you're referring to as total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed, can you?
No, it was a general statement.
Okay. And again, you're saying they have raised millions of dollars in donations to charter insanely expensive aircraft from their friends, and most don't even work out. What are you saying there?
Exactly what it says, that some of these groups raise a lot of money. This is an issue that was very easy to want to get involved in and help, and I understand why. But many of them were completely wasting all this money they'd raised. They were trying to charter these aircraft that weren't able to land in Afghanistan. They just didn't know enough about it. So they were trying, but not effective at all. That's what I mean.
Okay. And Katie Bo says, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is you're asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15K for a single person to the UAE. That was true, right? That's what you were offering.
True.
Right. At this point, right, you have to know. Katie Bo's asking about you, right?
Definitely.
Right, you have to know. And this is November 3rd. This is 8 days before publication, correct?
Yes.
Right. She then says, that seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money, correct?
Yes.
That's what she says. And what she's saying when she says folks who clearly don't have that kind of money, she's talking about Afghans, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
$15,000 for a single person to the UAE is exorbitant for an Afghan who doesn't have that kind of money, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Then you then respond. Go on to the next page. I think the full message is there. Pricing always depends on local resource availability at any given time in a highly unstable environment. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. So you're agreeing with her, right, that $15K would be way more than any Afghan could ever afford.
Yes.
It would be exorbitant for an Afghan.
Yes.
Okay. Rather, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have resources to support with those Afghans most in need of the the kill list variety. You see that?
I do.
Isn't it true that your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability at all?
No, that's not true.
It's not true?
No.
Isn't it true? Let me just read this again. Your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability, did it?
Not only that, no.
Your Honor, I'd like to go to 825, line 1 through 3.
Did you say line 8?
I said 825, line 1 through 3.
Sorry. I mean, we're fine with Your Honor.
I don't have it, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Young, you remember sitting for a deposition, correct?
Yes.
If you look at line 1, you were asked, but your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability, did it? And what was your answer?
No.
And your pricing was actually sending money to Yuri, however much money he told you, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Right. When you would do individual evacuations, you didn't know how Yuri was spending the money, correct?
That's right, correct.
He would just tell you, send me X amount of dollars, and you would do it, right?
Yes.
Then you write, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list variety. That wasn't true, was it?
That was true.
Sir, you never aligned any corporate sponsors with anyone on a kill list, correct?
Sure I did.
You actually didn't align corporate sponsors with individual Afghans, did you?
I aligned corporations who wanted to evacuate specific Afghans, aligned them for the purposes of my business.
My question is this. You actually didn't align corporate sponsors with individual Afghans, correct?
I'm confused by the question.
Sir, your model,
Do you mean connect them with?
well, this is your words.
Yeah.
You said, we've focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list right. What you were actually doing was corporations would contact you and say, we need to evacuate 3 identified people, correct?
That's right.
You weren't finding anyone on kill lists, were you?
No, I wasn't going out and finding them. But
You weren't connecting sponsors with people most in need, were you?
No.
You never aligned any Afghan in need with a sponsor, did you?
No.
So that statement, your statement about what you were focused on was inaccurate, right? Correct? No?
No.
You did not actually line up or align a sponsor with a single evacuee, did you?
I aligned corporations for my business, and these corporations were wanting to get specific Afghans out. Maybe I worded it poorly. But let's do it.
In each of the evacuations you performed, the clients identified the evacuees, correct?
Yes,
You never identified anyone, correct?
that's right.
Keep going. Oh. Then you say, when we can ensure delivery for less, we do. But it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging. There. Let's keep going down. Go to the next page. And so Ms. Lewis writes to you, so I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost, and when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case? She writes that to you, correct?
Correct.
You understand what she's asking you, right?
Now I do, yes.
You didn't then?
I can't. This was a long time ago. I'm interpreting the...
Yeah, you didn't understand her back then when you said, can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor in an evac case?
No, I understood.
Okay.
It's clear.
Right. She then says, some other folks engaged in this kind of work we have spoke to have characterized your prices as inflated. So I want to understand if this is a for-profit model or if we're not understanding the X, and then we can't get the rest. And you never gave her an example of connecting a sponsor with someone in need, correct?
Correct.
Because there was no example, correct?
Correct.
You'd never done such an alignment, correct?
Correct.
You then write, we'll leave it with the recent sponsor. Thank you, G. We'll leave it with the recent sponsors to whom you've already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. Is this another typo, or did you mean to write sponsors here?
No, I didn't know who else they reached out to. I knew they reached out to Bloomberg.
So you were choosing to use sponsors because you just kind of guessed that they'd reach out to other people?
I don't know why they wouldn't.
But you only knew about Bloomberg, right?
I only knew about Bloomberg. That's right.
I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes with or without NDA.
That's correct.
And again, let's just kind of test your sponsor typo. You had only had one sponsor ask you to sign an NDA, correct?
Yes,
But here you say, I hope they do. I will honor their wishes, right? You're talking about multiple sponsors, correct?
that's right.
And then Ms. Lillis says, we're not in any rush. This was November 3rd, correct?
Yes,
The article wasn't published November 11th. Getting it right, or the segment wasn't published until November 11th. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. And she says, let me rephrase this question. Can you explain why it costs $75,000 for a single vehicle to get in Pakistan or $15K to UAE? How does the math work, right?
yes,
Yeah, she's asking you to explain the math, right?
she is.
Right. And you actually had never gotten anyone to the UAE, correct?
That's correct.
But 5 people on a car for $75K, that was something similar to what you had done, correct?
Yes.
And you know how the math worked, right?
No.
You got $75K and paid about a third of it to Ayuri for doing the work, right?
That's correct.
Right. You could have explained that to Ms. Lillis, correct?
I could have.
Right. And that would have shown that your profit margin was about 66%, correct?
That would have shown the profit margin.
Right. And you didn't want to do that, right?
No, I didn't want to do that.
No.
Why would I?
Right. Why would you want to let a reporter know that you were charging $15K a person to get people out of Afghanistan when they're desperate and keeping 10,000 of that 15? Why would you want to do that?
Totally inaccurate. What company wants to talk to anybody about their profit margins? That's proprietary. It's stupid.
You respond, it's stupid. No, I can't because I'm not in the ground and I don't understand the challenges. Is that true?
Yes.
You don't understand the challenges?
No, I'm
You sat
not.
through the testimony, I think for the last 2 days.
He's in the middle to answer the question. He said you didn't understand the challenges. Mr. Young began responding, and Mr. Axelrod kept going.
Was there more to your answer?
Can we do it again?
Re-ask the question from where we were. And if he's in the middle of answering, let him finish answering.
I will, sorry, Ron. The portion where you say, I'm not on the ground, that was certainly true, right?
That was true.
And you say, I don't understand the challenges.
I said that.
Okay, isn't it true over the last 2 days you've talked extensively about how you were so critical to understanding the challenges on the ground?
Yes, I did understand the challenges on the ground.
Okay. So when you say I don't understand the challenges here, was that another lie to Ms. Lillis?
No, it means that I don't understand pricing from Uri down. I don't know who he pays and how much he pays them. I don't understand how much Safe House A costs or B costs. I didn't have visibility, so I couldn't break it down. I didn't have the visibility on the ground.
But you understood how much you were paying Yuri, right?
Sure, but that's only one part of it. She wanted a breakdown.
Yeah,
My understanding was she wanted me to break it down.
Right, and you could have broken it down, right? You could have said,
No.
I get about $15K per person, and I send about 1/3 of it to Yuri.
To me, that's not breaking down the model. That's just exposing my margin. That's a small part of it.
But you didn't understand the rest of it, did you?
No, I mean, in general, I didn't feel like that I had to break down anything to Katie Bowe. And I still feel that way.
You then go on to say, can we go to the next page? I think we missed, I'm sorry, I think, if you go back up, I'm sorry. So after you sent this message, you sent a bunch of screenshots of different things, correct?
Yes.
And then you respond, keep going down. You say, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. And just to round this out, you had never evacuated anyone that didn't have a sponsor, correct?
That's right.
I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Who are you talking about there?
At this point, no one specifically, but again, this is a very suspect conversation that we're having. I'm already very suspicious, and she had pricing that came from me, so I assumed, just in reading this back and forth, she'd obviously been talking to somebody, and yeah, didn't really understand.
Yeah, didn't really understand. So this is on November 3rd. You obviously know at this point CNN is interested in you, correct?
Oh no, I wouldn't say it like that.
No?
No.
Looking at this back and forth, your testimony under oath for this jury is you didn't think CNN was interested in you?
Not specifically.
What does that mean specifically, Mr. Young?
It means they seemed interested in this small part of the options that were available, the direct to corporate. And this is something maybe I thought that she was focusing on. And again, I don't trust her by this point, so I was concerned. You know, she might be doing a piece on the industry, which would have a negative impact on my business if she's doing some inaccurate reporting on the private market for corporate evacuations with information that she's getting piecemeal from various places from people that don't really understand anything about what's going on. So I was concerned that that could be what she's doing.
Yeah, so Ms. Lillis had asked you specific questions about your pricing and had referenced specific things that people had said about your communications, correct?
Yes.
You knew that she was asking questions about you, correct?
I knew that she was asking about what I was doing, me being someone, I wasn't the only one doing private evacuations for corporations.
So you certainly knew at this point that CNN may be interested in other people, but they were certainly interested in you.
Yes.
Right. And you say promoting slander. At this point, what in this exchange with Ms. Lillis was slanderous?
Nothing in the exchange itself, but again, it seemed very suspicious to me. It seemed like she was criticizing the private markets, which maybe she felt should be free, even though the world doesn't work that way. So I was concerned that she could be attacking the industry that I was involved in.
But it's okay to criticize in America, right?
Not if it causes damage and it's false.
Okay, but if it's true, and you said that nothing that she had written to you at this point had any falseness, if it's true, there's nothing wrong with criticism, correct?
Not as long as it's true.
Right. We live in a country where just because something is tough doesn't mean that it's defamatory, correct?
You're right.
But you've already testified that you can't point to anything slanderous in this exchange, and you throw out the word slander, promoting slander in this exchange with Ms. Lillis, correct?
Yeah, it's amazing how it's almost like I had a crystal ball. And I hadn't seen the article or the video yet, but that's exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, you haven't seen the article or the video because they don't get published for 8 days. And you can't point to anything in this exchange, but you're already accusing her of being slanderous, right?
Pretty good at reading people.
So, this then... Keep going down, Mr. President, or is that the end of it? Yeah, so now if you can jump over to DX96, which is Ms. Lewis's crack string. It isn't. Yeah, oh, thank you, Gary. I'm sorry about that. All right, and so this is an exhibit that Mr. Friedman showed you, correct?
Yes.
And we'll go to the third page, because most of these are already in the other one. And if you could blow that up, Mr. Mezzo. And this was, that text is something you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Correct. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to pay evac costs, which, as I noted, are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You wrote that, correct?
I did.
Why did you write that?
I don't remember at the time. I mean, it's a true statement.
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor able to pay the costs and do the other things that were required.
Yeah, what did you mean by that? Like, what message were you trying to send by writing that?
that I don't know what exactly. I'm not a nonprofit. I'm something else. I do corporate evacuations, so I need a sponsor. And I don't know what else I can tell you beyond that.
Yeah, so you're right. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them. So fair to say, you're telling Ms. Lillis that you only do evacuations with sponsors. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
And you thought that was pretty clear the way you wrote that.
Yeah.
Right. You thought that the way you wrote that, Ms. Lillis would understand what you were trying to say.
I hope she would.
Right. And you think that's pretty clear as you sit here today, right?
Yeah, it reads pretty clear.
Reads pretty clear, right? Generally, someone who would read this would understand that you only take money from sponsors, correct?
If they had the full context, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And this was a quote that was included in CNN's reporting, correct?
Yep, they did.
Right. Okay. Before we leave this, at the very end, you say, in this case, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. You understood it was about you, right?
No.
No. Okay. You say, as you proceed, I would just appreciate if you would take the time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel. And you wrote that because you knew that the article was going to be about you, correct?
No.
So you were saying, avoid libel because there might be some other people out there that are hurt, right?
They could hurt the industry.
Okay. So you're just looking out for the industry when you write this. You're not focused on Zach Young.
That's correct.
That's your testimony under oath for the jury?
It is.
And so after this conversation on November 3rd, you didn't have any further conversations with Ms. Lillis, did you?
No.
After this, you never followed up with Ms. Lillis or gave her any other information?
Correct, and she never reached out to me again either.
So that's November 3rd. And I think you testified that you don't know whether or not Mr. Marquardt tried to call you on November 3rd or 4th, right?
No, I said he never called me.
He never called you? Okay. Isn't it true that on November 10th, 2021, Mr. Marquardt texted you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and you eventually communicated with him?
I did.
All right. And you never spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So please put up PX 129. It's already in evidence. Okay. Do you understand this to be your exchange with Mr. Marquardt?
It is.
Okay. And so Mr. Marquardt texts you on November 10th, correct?
Yes.
And says, hey, Zachary, are you there? This is Alex Marquardt from CNN. I know you've been speaking with a colleague of mine. I tried calling you last week, but you did not pick up. We are going to run a piece in which we detail your interactions with people inquiring about your services and the prices to evacuate people from Afghanistan. I wanted to give you a chance to explain why they are so high. Would you prefer to answer questions by text or on the phone? Thank you. And so this was 2:42, and so that would be
8:42 in Austria.
6 hours ahead? I'm not so sure.
You're right.
I'm not so sure.
Well, you can Google it if you want.
On November 11th, I think it is. It's 5 hours.
Oh, was there a time change?
It's Eastern Daylight Time, so it's only 5 hours ahead, correct?
Yeah.
So you testified yesterday that 8:42, you had already been in bed, right? But now you know it's 7:42. Would you already have been in bed?
Not necessarily. No.
Not
It's pretty
necessarily.
early. It's pretty early.
It's pretty early. Mr. Marquardt reaches out to you at 2:42, which we know now is 7:42 Austrian time, and you respond at 11:53, which would be 4:43 p.m. Austrian time, right?
Correct.
So fair to say you waited almost 21 hours to respond?
Yes.
And you write, "Hi, Alexander, please provide a list of questions as well as the facts and assertions about me you intend to publish. I will need some time to review and provide comment." And he responds, "Thank you for responding. The piece is running this afternoon DC time. That's why I reached out yesterday. I will send you my cues and deadline ASAP." And you respond, "That's not a realistic deadline. I will need a few days to provide comment." He says, "I'm sorry. I tried to reach out to you last week on LinkedIn. You did not accept my request." Do you still have his request on LinkedIn?
I don't know.
No, you deleted a bunch of stuff on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. "I called you last week and I tried you yesterday, no avail. I will let you know what the deadline is." And then he writes, "You provided some answers to my colleagues, which we may use as well." You see that?
I do.
So we'll go down. And so he writes, "I need your answers at the latest by 2 p.m. Eastern time, so in 2 hours. Can you please break down the extremely high prices for evacuations you were asking? I have seen your conversations with others charging $75K for a car to Peshawar, $14.5K for a flight to UAE, another $4K to get to Albania. Others involved in evacuations have said your prices are too high." So the first question he was asking was about your prices, correct?
Yes.
And the numbers that he's citing in this text to you, these were actually the prices that you were charging, correct?
Yeah.
And that was actually from your LinkedIn post, correct?
Correct.
And this was the same questions that Ms. Lillis asked you last week, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And Mr. Markwood asked you to break down the price, correct?
Correct.
And this was a pretty simple question to answer, wasn't it?
The margin part would have been, but the rest of it would have been
It would have
complicated.
been simple. You paid a third to Yuri and you kept 2/3 yourself, right?
If we're just talking about the margin, then yeah.
Right. You didn't need any time to answer this question, did you?
Not a lot of time, no.
How long would it have taken you to break down your evacuation prices?
Not very long. Could have done it an hour, I don't know.
You could have done it in a few minutes, right?
Probably.
Right. You just didn't want to answer it, right?
I wanted some time before I got back to him about all of his questions that he had. Some of them were a lot more complicated than this one.
Okay. But this one you could have answered in a couple minutes, right?
Yes.
Right. The next question is, are you making any money off this? If so, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? And this was also a pretty simple question to answer, correct?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's simple, no.
Are you making any money off of this? You could answer that in about a second, right?
That part, yes.
Right. Seems like a yes or no question, right?
Yes, that part.
Right. You didn't want to answer that question, correct?
No, that's not correct. I wanted time to... It's not the full question that he asked, and I would have needed time to explain it because it's a complicated answer.
The second part of that question is, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? That's just an answer about what you're doing, right?
That's a false statement that he's making, and I would want time to correct him on reality.
Sir, whether you took money directly from Afghans or not, there can be no doubt that you were profiting from Afghans desperate to get out, correct?
No.
You were being paid by corporations to evacuate people desperate to get out, correct?
That's correct.
You were profiting from people desperate to get out, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
So is my question wrong? Just yes or no. If I got it wrong, tell me I got it wrong. You weren't profiting from Afghans desperate to get out.
No, you got it wrong.
Okay. So when corporations were paying you to get desperate people out of Afghanistan, that wasn't profiting you.
I was profiting from it.
And you were profiting from it because corporations knew that they needed to pay to get desperate people out of Afghanistan.
I wouldn't word it that way.
Factually, that's true though, right? Whether you would word it the way I would word it, actually it's true, right?
I just think that's not the cause of the demand, the desperation that you seem focused on.
Afghans were desperate to get out. We can agree on that, right?
I agree that, yeah.
Right. They were desperate to get out because some were going to get killed, correct?
Some were going to get killed, yeah.
And some were very at risk of death or worse, right?
Correct?
And so the corporations or the NGOs that hired you were taking care of people who were at risk of getting killed or worse, correct?
That's correct.
You were making money, whether you want to admit it or not, because people were afraid of getting killed or having worse things happen to them, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
But factually, whether you word it the way I word it or the way you word it, doesn't matter. Factually, it's true. You were being paid because people were desperate to get out, and there were corporations who were willing to pay you to get those people out.
I disagree.
Your Honor,
I disagree with it.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered 100 times. Just getting argumentative.
I'll sustain it. You've asked the same question. He's responded to it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
He just doesn't want to agree with your question as phrased, so I mean, that's his right to do.
Fair enough. The next question was, we intend to show a conversation with Jill Kornetsky in which you tell her to F off after calling her a spiteful bee. Would you like to comment on that? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In this question, I mean, this is just your opinion on that exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. I'm sure it was a bad question. You knew that you had had this exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Marquardt is simply asking you whether you want to comment on that exchange, correct?
No, not correct.
He says, would you like to comment on that exchange?
He's focusing on one part of a very long exchange, the fuck off part. It needs to be put in context. We saw the context. He's not referring to that context. He's referring to the nasty part from me.
Did your comments to Ms. Kornetsky, were they reported by CNN in either the TV segment or the article?
No, they weren't.
And then the last, there's two more. What is your relationship with the CIA? You told one person you were a former case officer. You told another you are a current NOC. You see that?
I do.
This would have been a very easy question to answer, correct? The answer is, I think you gave it here. I can't answer it, right?
The answer is that would be I'd need a long time to even respond to this question.
All right, Mr. Young, what is your relationship with the CIA? I'm asking you now.
Objection, Your Honor. He said a million times that he cannot answer this question. Mr. Axelrod, we can object to that. Okay, but I just want to make a record. Sorry, Your Honor.
Well, Hey, real quick, come back up here. We don't need to. We don't need it all.
Okay. So just
Ready? Ready? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just to set the stage, Mr. Young, you were talking about Mr. Marquardt's question, and that the question was, what is your relationship with the CIA? And I think you just gave the answer. I would need a long time to even respond to this question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I asked you this question in court today, what is your relationship with the CIA? Would that be the same answer that you gave Mr. Friedman in past testimony in this court?
Yes, it would be.
And that wouldn't have taken very long to give, would it?
I need time to consult with people about a reporter who is telling me he's about to publish something about my affiliation, not only in the CIA, but being in NOC, which is the most clandestine part of the CIA. So I would want some time to talk to people before I respond to this reporter.
The part about your relationship with the CIA, that didn't make it into CNN's reporting, did it?
No.
Was it in the TV segment?
No, it wasn't.
Was it in the article?
Nope.
The last question, I think if we go down, we can keep it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, G. We intend to use this quote from you. You are welcome to add any context. If someone reaches out, we need to understand that they have a sponsor behind them able to pay evacuation costs, which he says are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You see that?
I do.
And that was the quote that you had given Ms. Lewis, correct?
That's right.
There was nothing inaccurate about the way Mr. Marquardt had quoted you, was there?
Nothing.
And given that this was the quote that you'd already given Ms. Lewis, it wouldn't have taken any time to respond to that comment, correct?
No, I wasn't concerned with this quote.
We go back to the document and blow up that last line for Mr. Young. And so you say that's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure some of your facts assertions were not accurate. And if they're published, I will seek legal damages. You never told Mr. Marquardt what facts or assertions were not accurate, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you say, if this is published, if they are published, I will seek legal damages, correct?
Correct.
And so this is before anything is published, before CNN does anything, before you have any idea whether you will be harmed at all, right?
No, not right.
Not right?
Not right.
So,
All this stuff would be harmful for me, with the exception of a few quotes that they cherry picked.
right. And so before anything's published, you're telling Mr. Marquardt you're going to seek legal damages, right?
I was advising him to be careful and he should make sure he gets his facts right before he rushes to publish.
So before anything happens, you said if this is published like this, I'm going to seek legal damages, right?
That's right.
And it's true that at the moment that you're having this back and forth with Mr. Marquardt, you anticipated that you might sue CNN.
I was really just warning him that all this information that he had wasn't accurate. The implication that it paints is definitely false. Even if he had a few of his facts right, the implication was still false and would have been defamatory. So I was urging him to pump the brakes. There's nothing urgent about it. That's what Katie Bowe told me. And I wanted some time to consult with people, probably a lawyer, probably some people from the national security apparatus, to tell them what this lawyer just told, or what this journalist just told me he was about to publish. And I needed some time to go through that. Not more than 2 hours.
But at this moment, you anticipated that you might sue CNN, correct? That's
Yeah.
really my question.
Yes.
Okay. Go back to the document, Mr. Gamezzo. Go to the next page. And Mr. Marquardt, you see in the blue, says, can you clarify which ones? Here are the figures as presented by you. And so this is after you said some of your facts assertions are not accurate. And so he's giving you the information that he has, and he's saying, tell me which facts and assertions are incorrect, right?
Yes.
And you don't give him any information about which facts were wrong, correct?
No, I didn't.
No, I think this is a good stopping point.
Okay. All right. Lunch is here, so we'll take our lunch break. Just take your notepads and put them in your phone. And when you leave, just leave them on your chairs. What were y'all thinking of 12:30?
Sounds good.
That works
Sounds
for
good. That's
everybody.
fine with the jury.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, what we'll do, we'll take our lunch recess till 12:30. We've got the lunches in the jury lounge, so you can stay in there if you need to use the restroom or you want to go out and use the phone or something like that. Just be back. Make sure you're back in the jury lounge at 12:30. I'll give you the instruction. We're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. Become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all. Notify court personnel of the violation. And then before we come back in, just make sure your phone or electronic device is turned off if you use it during lunch. Any other instructions from plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
And just leave your notepads there, and we'll take you out to the jury lounge. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything we need to address before?
Just a non-binding good faith estimate of when we should have our next witness here.
I think once we start again, I have about 90 minutes.
Okay. And then maybe you have in your mind how long you might have on redirect.
Yeah, not very long, like maybe 45 minutes now, maybe less.
Kind of look up. I've been saying this for a while. I got to see if 301.10 has been updated since Twitter's been changed to X. Because I keep saying tweeting. Do you call it Xing?
I'm not. I don't refer to it.
Well, what is the act of posting on X?
Yeah, I'm not sure that, well, I'm not going to say my comment.
No, I mean those were. I pulled them up. They were the 2020 version of them. So, all right. Well, if nothing else, we'll be in recess. We'll be back at 12:30.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, you all can be seated. I hope you all had a good lunch.
Yes. Great. Very good.
All right, and since we had a little bit longer lunch break there, I'll just remind you, Mr. Young, you're still under oath from this morning.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Young, before we start, Mr. Bailey told me that your timing was right. It was 8:42, not 7:42. So 6-hour time difference between Washington and Indiana.
Okay.
It's 8:42. Sorry about that. Mr. Nemex, if we could put up PX 170, which is the video and it's in evidence. Everywhere. Yes, please. Thank you, Gary. And just stop it as soon as it just comes on. Yeah, start it, then stop it. Right. So, Mr. Young, you're familiar with the video, right? I think, is it your testimony that you saw it shortly after it aired?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen it a couple times, I assume?
More than a couple.
More than a couple, okay. Do me a favor, and we're going to watch the video, and you tell me the first time your name's mentioned, and I'll stop the video, okay?
Okay.
In our Worldly today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent residents of the U.S. from Afghanistan since August 31st. Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
These are the heavy steps of a young man trying to save his family. He's just 26 years old and lives in California. We can't show his face for the safety of his family in Afghanistan.
I'm desperate, the danger is imminent.
Since the chaotic international withdrawal from Afghanistan, his parents, siblings, and wife have been in hiding from the Taliban, who in the past, the young man says, have violently beaten his father, a doctor, and been angry with his mother, a women's rights activist who worked with the U.S.
Taliban left announcement to my parents that anybody who helped them find my parents or my family that ends up with their execution will gain a prize.
They put a bounty on your family's head.
Exactly. This is really serious. They went to our house. They destroyed every single thing.
Desperate, he turned to Facebook, finding people offering ways to get Afghans out of the country for a price.
That person came up to me and told me, hey, you know what, you got to pay $10,000 per person in order to be evacuated then.
Per person?
9-10 people, it will be like $100,000, and I cannot provide $100,000 in cash. In a way, like even if I provide that money, there is no guarantee that they will be evacuated.
According to Afghans and activists we've spoken with, desperate Afghans are now being exploited, like that young man, told that they can get them or their families out if they pay exorbitant, often impossible amounts.
For only one family, $50,000.
We Skyped with a father of 3 in Kabul who had just met with a man offering to get them on an evacuation flight list.
You want to leave the country? If you say yes, they're going to say, okay, pay first. I said, how we can pay that much money right now? It's only business matters. People are making $100,000 per day.
This man, whose identity we also need to hide, worked as a contractor for USAID. He's a special interest visa applicant for the U.S. The kind of Afghan citizen the Biden administration says they're working to evacuate. What is the U.S. doing that you know of to try to get you and your family out?
Unfortunately, they are not doing now anything. Up to 31st, they said everything is closed and it's finished. We did not receive anything back from U.S. Embassy or from any other organization.
So he went online, where he found a man named Zachary Young, who is one.
So you see the timer down on the counter. What's the time setting?
3 minutes, 7 seconds.
So you would agree that this segment does not mention the name Zachary Young until 3 minutes and 7 seconds into it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go for it. And Jen, I'm just going to tell you to stop at various places.
one of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this week, we can.
Mr. Young, you would agree that this is one of your posts on LinkedIn?
Yes.
And I think this is one that we talked about, and I think your testimony was, but correct me if I got it wrong, that you're saying with this that you only take money from do evacuations from sponsors with funding.
You got it, correct.
Okay, go to the next one.
Deliver. One LinkedIn user posted message.
And you would agree with me that this was another one of your communications on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Messages with Young, where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be.
Stop it right there. This is another one of your communications on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay. CNN change any words in this thing?
No, that's literally from me.
That's literally from you, correct? Okay, go next.
$14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or Albania for another $4,000. Prices well beyond the reach of most Afghans. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN that
Mr. Young, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you?
Yes.
Your Honor, 865, 5 through 17. Shouldn't be 5 through 17. It should be, sorry, 864, 24 through 865, 1. I'm sorry.
Objection.
So, Mr. Young, again, do you remember being deposed under oath?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you see on this it says, on page 864, line 24, the question is, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you? You see that?
Yes.
What was your answer?
No.
Mr. Meza, if you can start it up again.
Afghans trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young says are highly volatile and based on environmental reality.
And again, Mr. Young, these were your own words again?
They are.
Nothing inaccurately reported about your own words?
No.
Okay. Go, Mr. Meza.
Young repeatedly declined to break down the costs or say if he's making money.
Stop it there.
Back.
That statement there that you reportedly declined to break down your costs, that's true, correct?
True.
And you also declined to say whether you were making money. That's also true, correct?
True.
Okay.
In California, the young Afghan American tells us even though he can't pay, he's still pleading to get his family out.
I have sent tons of texts asking these people, begging them to evacuate my family. If I don't be able to evacuate them within the next 2 weeks, I think I will lose them all. I think I will lose them all, my family.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, "Availability is extremely limited and demand is high." Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And so that last piece, Mr. Young, where Mr. Marquardt read that quote about that's how economics works, that was a quote from you, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were quoted accurately, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take that down? Now, if you could put up PX 223, which is the article, it's also in evidence. And what I'm going to do, Mr. Young, is Mr. DeMez is going to kind of page through it, and you tell me the first portion of this article where your name is mentioned, okay?
Yep.
Tell him when to move to the next page.
You can move. Yeah, this is where it starts.
And where is that?
It's just above, that's how economics works. That's
So,
it.
so kind of towards the bottom third of the third page of the article?
That's right.
Okay. And go to the next paragraph. Okay, and in this, it says, when asked about his prices, Young responded to several people on the site that a car from Kabul into Pakistan would be $75,000 or $14,500 per person to get to the UAE. That was your words, correct?
Yes.
To get to Albania with refugee status, Young said would be $4,000 more. That's also your words, correct?
Yes.
Then it says, per person is expensive because availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Those are your words?
Yes.
That's how economics work, unfortunately. That's your words?
Yes.
Okay, go to the next one. Next page. Hold that one up. Young declined to speak on the phone, but said in a text message that he asked Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors cover them. Is that true?
No, I offered to Katie Bowe to speak on the phone, but there was a condition. I didn't want to be named in any article.
Right. So you declined to speak on the phone, right?
No, I offered to speak on the phone.
But only if she would agree not to have your name mentioned, correct?
Correct.
You said in a text message that you ask Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors cover them. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
And then it says, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young said are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You see that?
Yep.
And that was what you said?
Yes, it was.
And that was a direct quote, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Thank you. CNN has not confirmed whether these operators charging the high fees have successfully evacuated anyone who paid to exit the country, as Young claims. And that's not your words. And then we go to the next paragraph. It's not about you, right?
What's that?
The next paragraph. The son in California, you're not named in that paragraph.
I'm not named in the paragraph, no.
The next paragraph, you're not named in, are you?
No.
And the final paragraph, you're not named in, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you take that down. So at some point after CNN makes these publications, and the TV segment airs on November 11th, correct?
Yes.
And the article is published on November 13th, correct?
Yes.
2 days later. At some point, your testimony is that you are affected by these, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, isn't it true, so these happened in November 11th, November 13th, isn't it true that you started talking to attorneys about filing a lawsuit in December of 2021?
Yes.
And you also talked to Mr. Friedman in December of 2021, correct?
I think so, yes.
Isn't it true that you didn't go actually talk to a doctor until February of 2022?
Right, that's the earliest. I mean, Austria has a socialized healthcare system, so that's fast.
Okay, so you started, the first time you met with a doctor about this was December, January, February, 2 months or so after you started talking to Mr. Friedman.
That's right.
Now, I think it's your claim, in addition to the emotional harm, is that you claim that your reputation has been damaged, correct?
Correct.
And it's your claim that your professional network has distanced itself from you?
Correct.
But as of the time you were deposed in 2023, isn't it true that you couldn't actually name anyone who had actually distanced themselves from you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Isn't it true that as of when you were deposed in 2023, you couldn't name one person who told you that they thought less of you because of CNN's reporting?
As of my deposition, that's true, but it's Then,
Isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, you couldn't name one professional contact who told you they thought less of you because of CNN?
that's correct. They couldn't tell me directly. They just wouldn't talk to me.
And my question really is this. I'll ask it again.
Okay.
As of your deposition in 2023, you couldn't name one professional contact who told you that they thought less of you because of CNN?
That's correct.
Now, I think that you've named a couple of people that you worked with when you testified today. And I think, you named a guy named Mark Sullivan at times, another guy named
Matt Gunning.
Yuri Lab.
Yuri.
Isn't it true that you destroyed the contact information for all of these people? You deleted it off your phone?
No, not entirely.
No, that's not true?
Well, I deleted. So when I use, if you use Signal, when you clear like the conversation change, that's also the call log. So yes, it is true that those were deleted, but not separately.
Okay. But you also deleted the contact information, the actual information to
yes.
contact these people, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. So John Keeley is someone who you believe has distanced himself from you, correct?
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Keeley's contact information?
I did.
Mr. Keeley, as of your deposition in 2023, he never told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, did he?
No, he didn't.
I think Henry Clark is someone you've mentioned in this case, correct?
That's right.
And you deleted Henry Clark's contact information?
Yes, I did.
It's true you don't even know, as of your deposition in 2023, where Mr. Clark lived, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how to find him or contact him now, correct?
No, I don't.
And Mr. Clark, as of your deposition in 2023, he never told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gunning was someone that you've talked about, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you deleted Mr. Gunning's contact information, correct?
I did.
And you deleted all of your communications with Mr. Gunning?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Gunning didn't tell you that he did not want to associate with you as a result of the CNN reports, correct?
Not as of my deposition, but he has since.
Objection, move to strike. It's non-responsive.
He answered the first part of it.
He did. The add-on is non-responsive. I move to strike.
Strike the second part, and the jury's not to consider the second part of Mr. Young's answer.
Bill Purdy, I think, is someone you also have talked about in this testimony, correct?
Correct.
And I think it was your testimony that you worked with Bill Purdy on the Saudi Arabia project back when you worked for Momentum?
That's right. He was the project manager.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition back in 2023, you hadn't even attempted to reach out to Bill Purdy after the CNN publications?
Yes, I believe so.
And I think I asked you this, but as of your deposition in 2023, you hadn't reached out to anyone at DynCorp Momentum about employment, correct?
No, that would have been totally inappropriate.
After the CNN reports, you made no efforts to obtain employment through DynCorp, correct?
No, not entirely. I wouldn't word it like that. Wouldn't say that.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you made any efforts since the CNN reports to obtain employment through DynCorp?
I did. I reached out to the people that introduced me, but I didn't attempt to contact DynCorp or seek employment directly to them.
It's 222, 14 through 16. Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. I think I might have a problem. No, it's actually 223, 14 through 16.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Young, you remember being deposed in 2023?
Yes.
And that was under oath?
Yes.
If you look at page 223 of your deposition, on line 14, the question was, have you made efforts since the CNN reports to obtain employment through DynCorp? You see that?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
No.
You can put that to the side. And as of your deposition in 2023, no one from DynCorp told you that they wouldn't work with you because of the CNN report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you deleted Bill Purdy's contact information?
Yes.
And as of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Purdy hadn't told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Mark Sullivan was someone else you talked about, correct?
Yes.
And I think your testimony was that you worked with Mr. Sullivan for a short time in 2015.
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Sullivan's contact information, correct?
Yes.
And you deleted it after you filed this lawsuit?
Yes.
As of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Sullivan hadn't told you that he did not wish to associate with you because of the CNN reports, correct?
Correct.
In fact, isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, no business contact had called you and said that they had done due diligence on you and they wouldn't work with you because of the CNN reporting, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, you hadn't made a single phone call to obtain work since CNN's publication?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Why don't we look at page 154 of your deposition? Lines 3 through 5.
Okay.
What?
No objection, Your Honor.
Lines 3 through 5 on 154, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Mr. Young, are you at page 154?
Yes, I am.
This is your deposition under oath?
Yes, it is.
And the question of line 3 is, have you made any phone calls to try to obtain work since CNN's reports? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
What was your answer?
No.
You can put that down. And I just want to make sure I have this established. I think the last time you did an evacuation in Afghanistan was, I think you testified it was like early October of 2021, is that correct?
That's right.
So I think you testified in response to questions from Mr. Friedman yesterday or the day before that at some point you had a security clearance. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first get a security clearance?
When I was in the Navy. I don't remember exactly when.
You had a security clearance in before the CNN publications?
Yes, I did.
And isn't it true that you renewed your security clearance in November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, you had no problem doing that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that you actually renewed your security clearance again in 2022, correct?
I think so. Sounds right.
Okay. Because as of the fall of 2023, you still maintain that security clearance, correct?
Yeah, I still have it now.
You still have it. And when you went to renew it in 2022, you had no problem renewing it, correct?
That's correct.
So you would agree that the CNN reporting did not impact your ability to keep your security clearance at all, correct?
Not yet.
And how many times have you renewed it since 2021?
I haven't yet.
You renewed it in 2022,
Sorry,
correct?
2022. One time.
But nobody's come to you and said, please strike that. Now, getting your security clearance renewed, is that a significant process?
It really depends on the situation. It can be quick or it can be not quick.
Okay. But you didn't have any issue getting yours renewed, correct?
No.
One thing I didn't ask you about is if you could put up Defense Exhibit 77 for Mr. Young. Just for the witness, I know that the document's in evidence, but I didn't write down what Defense Exhibit is. Mr. Young, you recognize Defense Exhibit 77 as your exchange with Mr. Lerner, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 77.
Is this the entirety of the exhibit?
I think so. No, I mean, I think that there's just one page. It's just one page.
Just one page?
Yeah, just one page.
No objection.
All right, Defense 77 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
May.
Okay, thank you. And I think you testified this before, but David Lerner was just someone who, I guess maybe he connected with you or you connected with him or some way you connected on LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
You don't know this man, right?
No, I don't.
And in this exchange, Mr. Lerner asked you, what are you charging? Where does this get him, right? Get her.
Yes.
What did you understand him to be asking?
Exactly what he said. What are you charging and where does this get her?
Okay. And you respond, $75K for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul, Peshawar. Can also facilitate passports and visas and transits to Dushanbe, but again, it costs money. And then you say, can provide recent corporate sponsors who have used us, including Audible, Inc., and Bloomberg for reference, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Going down on that chain, Mr. Lerner says, I'm not corporate. What is this fee for? Just transportation. When you say just transportation, well, let me get stuck right there. Do you know why it changed? Go back to the full document, Mr. DeMezza. Maybe I'm wrong about this. See how it's Zachary Y and then it becomes LinkedIn member? Do you know why that's the case?
I don't, but I might be able to explain it.
Okay.
I think because, no, I can't explain it. Usually if you block someone, they show up as a LinkedIn member. So I don't understand why that is, why it changed.
Okay.
I didn't change my name to LinkedIn member.
Understood. So yeah, if you can blow that back up, Mr. DeMezza. Anyway, Mr. Lerner asked you that question at 104. You responded 105. Just transportation. You can't be serious. Good luck, David. Have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. And that's something you wrote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, The situation in Afghanistan is pretty serious, right?
Yes.
I mean, people were dying, right?
Yes, people were dying.
Yeah. So responding, have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get is a pretty callous thing to say, correct?
It is. I regret saying it. I thought that he was playing games with me. He wasn't being serious, and I made a off-color, flippant response that I regret.
I mean, it's not just off color, right? I mean, you're talking about people's lives. Have them run for the border and see how far they get. If they ran for the border, things wouldn't work out for them well, right? Correct?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. Do you think it depended on the situation? Were you saying that it was a good thing to say run for the border?
No, it was a bad thing to say it, and I wasn't serious. He wasn't serious either.
Sometimes, though, people write things in the spur of the moment that they don't mean, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you were doing here, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't a very professional thing to do, right?
No.
Okay. But you understand why people could look at this and find it offensive, right?
Yes.
And you ended up deleting this exchange with Mr. Lerner, correct?
Yes.
Now, you can take that down, Mr. Mezzo. Now, I think I understand it. You tell me if I got it wrong. That you thought after the CNN publications that you felt the damage was almost immediate. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Isn't it true that so the CNN publications were November 11th, November 13th of 2021. Isn't it true that you waited until mid-March to send a letter to CNN asking for a retraction?
Yes.
Okay, so that was November to December, November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March, like 4+ months, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had Katie Bo-Lillis and Alex Marquardt's information, correct?
Yes.
You could have reached out to them any time between November 11th and middle of March when you did and said, hey, you got it wrong, correct this. But you didn't do that, did you?
I told them before they even went to air that they were wrong.
Yeah, but after it was published, you waited 4 months until the middle of March to say, hey, you got it wrong, right?
That's right. I was having a nervous breakdown. It lasted quite a while.
You started talking to lawyers in December, correct?
I did.
Right. And you waited until March, correct?
I did.
And isn't it true, Mr. Young, I think yesterday, Mr. Friedman showed those Jake Tapper teasers for you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where they talk about preying on Afghans. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, when was the first time you saw that teaser?
It was recently.
Right.
Yeah.
It was recently, right?
Yes.
Right. When you wrote that letter to CNN back in March of 2022, you didn't complain about the language about preying on Afghans, correct?
I don't remember exactly what was in the letter, but maybe.
You think me?
I don't know what was in the letter. I don't remember.
Sir, you just said that you hadn't seen those teasers until recently.
Yes.
So it would have been impossible for you to have written a letter back in March of 2022 complaining about the word praying, correct?
In reference to the teaser, yes, but I think even without the teaser, anyone watching that video clip sees that it's about people preying on Afghans.
Sir, I'm simply asking you, at the time you wrote that letter, you had never seen those teasers, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So you couldn't have complained about them because you didn't even know they existed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you filed your lawsuit in April of 2022, you also hadn't seen the teasers, correct?
Correct.
So you couldn't have complained about them because you didn't know they existed, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach for a minute? Yep. Mr. Ashcroft.
All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Young, I want to focus on your alleged economic damages, okay? So I'm trying to understand your argument about economic damages. So I think you testified yesterday, but tell me if you got it wrong, if I got it wrong, that since the CNN broadcast, you've had no work. Is that right?
Correct.
And would it be your contention that since the CNN broadcast, no one will deal with you?
Yes.
Fair to say that your testimony is that that you're a pariah,
Yes.
and you allege that that's because of CNN?
Yes.
And so just to make sure I understand it completely, your assertion is that since the CNN publications on November 11th, no one will work with you.
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'd like to do, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 589. Mr. Demesek, can you show those? Yeah. Oh, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
May we approach for a minute?
Your Honor, pending questions. I would like to ask them. I don't think there's a question that's pending. I don't think that there's a reason for an objection until I ask a question.
This document's on the exhibit list.
It's for impeachment.
What do you mean for impeachment? There's nothing to impeach.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize. It's a little early for an afternoon break, but there's a matter I need to talk with the attorneys a little bit more extensively than just doing it at sidebar. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes. Obviously, y'all can go out, go to the restroom if you need to use your phone or what have you. I just ask that you be back in the jury lounge room outside there to gather back up at 10 minutes to 2. So it's 20 minutes from now. All right. Hopefully we can get this resolved before then. If we're still talking, it may take a little bit longer, but if you could be back there at 10 minutes to 2, we'll try to get you back in here. Go ahead and take your notepads, put them in the folders that are there, leave them on your chairs, and I'll read the instruction to you again. We're going to take a recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. Do not do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of the rules, please let court personnel know. And if you do use your phones or electronic devices, just make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. Okay? All right. And I'll see you back hopefully in 20 minutes.
Come on, guys.
All right. Jurors are out of the courtroom. Y'all be seated. All right, let me, I guess to frame the issue that we have at the moment is we have a just discovered document that defense wants to use as an exhibit. Which I would like to say would be the only time we've had this issue come up in this case, but unfortunately it's not been the case thus far. We had some accusations or aspersions made as to why it hadn't been produced during the course of discovery in the case. And we have objections being lodged by the plaintiff as to the use of this at the last minute. And I guess since the defense is offering it at this point in time, that let me throw it to the plaintiff's side of this as to the objection to use of this for substantive or impeachment or any other purpose in this trial.
Yeah, Your Honor, we've never seen this document before. As I've explained to you, Helios Global came up in the middle of discovery, as I didn't think it did, but Mr. Axelrod was kind enough to correct me. There were questions about Helios Global and one of the signatories. Well, it's unsigned by Helios, but the person who's supposed to sign it from Helios, Ian Conway, is listed on the document, was talked about at the deposition. CNN chose not to send a subpoena to Helios Global for any documents. They made that discovery decision in the midst of discovery in the case. We did not have this document or it would have been produced. And that does not mean Mr. Young violated his discovery obligations. If he signed this and returned it to Helios and did not keep a copy of it, this was in December of 2021, he was not his care, custody, and control to produce it. So again, I've never seen it, so I haven't talked to him about it or what it is and why it exists, but the defense chose not to, like I said, chose not to pursue it, and now they found out about it yesterday. Instead of doing what we did when we found out about newly discovered evidence, which was bringing it to your attention and asking about it and providing it to us as notice, they used it as a surprise document They tried for dramatic effect, which is wholly improper because we're not supposed to have trial by ambush in this state. And had this been properly, had I received this document, Judge, I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have handed it over to the other side. I probably would have went to you about it and then tried to figure out how I could do it. And I've demonstrated that I've done that time and time again. This is wholly inappropriate, and CNN should not be permitted to use this document. They should have provided it to us first, given us an opportunity to look at it, address it, talk to you about it. And the idea that they could never produce it to us, not give it to us, but hold it back and then try to use it as an impeachment exhibit when, by the way, it's not even proper impeachment because he answered the question yes. So there's no impeachment to be made. It's inappropriate. It's trial by ambush. It's being done inappropriately because they're desperate for some way out of this case. And, Your Honor, I just ask that you not let them use this document.
Your Honor, this is...
I've said to y'all a number of times, let's not personal attacks or insults or laugh during other individuals' arguments in the case. So, Mr. Axelrod, go ahead.
Your Honor, this is a completely different situation. The plaintiff's entire case, sitting right there, is that after the CNN publications, he couldn't get any work. If you look at his complaint, second amended complaint, paragraph 103, no one in Young's community will touch him. The CNN has turned him into an international pariah. Mr. Young knew when he filed this lawsuit that he had entered into a new consulting agreement with a government contractor 1 month after CNN's publication. This entire lawsuit was a fraud on this court. It was a fraud on CNN. This man knew it. I don't know what they know. But when this came up in discovery, CNN's counsel asked Mr. Young about the Helios connection, and he completely lied in his deposition. Over and over again, he made up some incredible ruse that Helios just had his security clearance because it was a company that held security clearances. It makes no sense. He knew at that time that he had a consulting agreement with Helios Global, and he didn't disclose it. It was an outright lie. This document should have been produced. I can go through the discovery requests that were sent that called for the production of this document. You can see that it's a DocuSign. You can see that it has his signature. You can see that it has his address, the same address for Nemex, for their bank account. I have no doubt that there are other emails that he has or has destroyed. Mr. Young perpetrated a fraud on this court by lying in his lawsuit where he claimed his reputation in his business was destroyed by CNN when he knew fundamentally that was a false allegation. And the idea for Mr. Friedman that it's somehow CNN's fault, that they didn't get a document that this is from December, and the record has already established that in December he was meeting with lawyers, that he had a duty to provide. And I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but this case, Mr. Friedman's been talking to the press for years about what a terrible company CNN is. And I'm sorry I'm exercised by it. But the fact is, this lawsuit was a fraud from day one. Mr. Young should have provided this back in 2022. He didn't, and he's let this go on for years. Years of money that's been incurred defending this lawsuit when there was a fundamental problem with it from the beginning, and they hid it. I won't say, hey, I don't know what he knows, but he certainly knew about it. And it was his obligation to keep this. It was his obligation to produce it. And if it had been produced to CNN in 2022, I don't know if we'd be here right now. Things would certainly look different. And the only reason we got this is we happened to get it from Helios yesterday. It should have been produced over 2 years ago. And so the idea that, A, first of all, we should have showed it with Mr. Friedman first so his client could have come up with some other story about why it wasn't produced is ridiculous. And now he's benefiting from this, so I'm sure that there's some ruse that he's going to come up with next. The idea that we can't use this now because they failed their basic obligation as a litigant in a civil lawsuit. But somehow now, we should be prevented from using the single most important document in this case. And I know that that's been thrown around by opposing counsel. But in this instance, it's true. Because it decimates Mr. Young's claims. We heard him stand on the stand and testify, I got no work. Emotionally, I'm crippled because of what this has done to me. I don't know what the future holds because I have no work. When he knew it was all a lie. So I'll calm down for a second, and I'll say, Your Honor, that later on today, after I confer with counsel, we will be filing a motion about fraud on the court and gross discovery allegation abuses. But for now, the idea that I can't use this to impeach the fundamental concept of their case, which is that Mr. Young's livelihood was destroyed by CNN, with the single most crucial document in this case, it would be a travesty of justice, because they didn't produce it.
Let me get back to it. You asked him a question about Helios, and I think you asked him a question, did he sign a consulting agreement with them before you approached to say, let me hand you a copy of this? What was his answer to that question?
He said yes.
Okay.
The question was, I said, your assertion since the publications on November 11th is that no one will work with you. That's correct. Sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? Yes.
And I guess, Mr. Axelrod, to the extent that he answered your question, yes, how does the document impeach him? Yes.
The document does not impeach that specific question. You are correct, Your Honor. The document impeaches the entire theory of which Mr. Young has been promoting since April of 2022.
So you don't want to use it for impeachment, you want to use it substantively.
I do want to use it substantively. That is correct.
All right. Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Your Honor, Mr. Axelrod made a lot of very heated accusations, none of which seem to hold water.
Everybody's made a lot of heated accusations during the course of this case, so.
That's true, Judge.
But anyway, on this latest example, the ones that you want to respond to, go ahead.
That's right. The question I'm looking at in the deposition from Mr. Young is, have you done work for Helium Global? Answer, no, I hadn't. I never done any work for them per se, meaning I have never been paid by them. Ian is the owner of the company, Ian Conley. He's on an email and copy, and a mutual friend of mine from a long time ago introduced Ian to me. I've never met him in person. We've had several discussions years ago about projects that he was involved in that he would like to be on to leverage my specific expertise to consult on. That's how this started. So Mr. Young never said he did not sign an agreement with Helios Global. In fact, I think in another place in his deposition, he says that he has a security clearance through them. For all I know, this document is what's necessary to maintain a security clearance, and Mr. Young's testimony will be that he did no work and was paid no work by Helium Global. I don't know, Judge, because I didn't have it, and Mr. Axelrod chose to try to use it by ambush instead of following the rules of discovery established to ensure due process. And what he's done is taken a document, he's hid it from me, he's created an entire cross-examination, he's got a folder ready to go on how to try to blow at Mr. Young on the stand by ambush, which is completely contrary to due process. Mr. Young has a right to counsel. He has a right to confer with his counsel about documents that are produced in the case, and allowing CNN to use this document now that they chose to hide from us after they got it yesterday. They could have produced it to us and filed this motion for fraud on the court, which I don't even understand how it's fraud on the court, Judge, because I don't know what the rest of Mr. Young's testimony is going to be. But, they could have filed that motion. They could have produced this document and filed that motion. They chose not to do that. It's obvious, in order to try to create a trial by ambush. And it violates Mr. Young's due process rights to be put on the stand and be questioned about a document that was never turned over to his lawyers. That's my argument, Judge. CNN should not be permitted to use it.
Let me ask one other question, Mr. Axelrod.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, obviously, decisions to do discovery, not to do discovery, how you do discovery, I mean, those are obviously within the ambit of an attorney's mental impressions, work product, decision-making, or what have you. Without getting into the context of that, and I'm certainly not asking you or on behalf of your team to disclose any of those mental impressions, why wasn't this document or obtaining things from Helios, because it did come up during the course of his October 2023 deposition, so I mean a year and 3 months ago. Why was this, what'd you say, last night?
About 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon. Why didn't this get obtained until 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon on the third day of trial?
Well, I'll give you 2 reasons. The first is...
And I know you're going to say because they didn't produce it.
That's the first one.
Separate apart from that, because the thing is, if something comes up in a deposition, obviously you have the right to test those things. We can do various and sundry investigative means to do it, but, we had disclosure requirements. A deposition's October of 2023. This case wasn't set for trial until several months later, where we knew trial was this day, discovery cutoff was this day, exhibit list disclosure was this day. Why wasn't this obtained until 2 o'clock on the third day of trial?
Because Mr. Young lied in his deposition, and I'll show you exactly where. I'm on page 495, and counsel asked, I'm still struggling to understand. Maybe it's just because I'm a layperson. Why, if you want to know the current status of your security clearance, would you reach out to these people rather than the Department of Defense? Mr. Young says, this is just industry norm. By this point, Your Honor, Mr. Young had renewed his security clearance with Helios both in November of 2021 and October of 2022. I also have those security clearances now, the process that Mr. Young went through, that were also not produced in this case. So he lied there, and he said, and then he says a number to call. You had pre-existing knowledge that if you wanted to know your security clearance, you should reach out to Helios Global, and he says, common knowledge. It was a flat-out lie. The reason why Mr. Young, shaking his head here after he's lied to this jury for the last 4 hours, is saying this, is because he had a consulting agreement with Helios Global, and he'd gone through the security process, clearance process, twice with them already. If he had given a truthful answer to that, you better dang believe that CNN would have subpoenaed Helios Global. Common knowledge. A random company had his security clearance? Give me a break.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
Not at this point, Your Honor, but there will be more.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Freeman?
Your Honor, just I haven't had a chance to look at the deposition. I don't see the lies that Mr. Axelrod's talking about, but I guess part of his argument just reinforces the point the court made earlier. If the answer was so absurd that it made no sense whatsoever, why didn't they pursue it then? It wasn't absurd then. It may not be absurd now. I don't know, Judge, because I've been instructed not to talk to him about it. But they clearly were on notice that Helios Global existed. They clearly were on notice, according to Mr. Axelrod, that this made no sense. They chose not to pursue it. Your Honor, many times in this litigation, I've been held to my strategic choices, despite the fact that, for example, I didn't know certain teaser videos existed with Jake Tapper. Had I known those teasers exist, I may have made different discovery decisions. This is the classic goose gander argument, Your Honor, but I'll stop.
The false equivalency between a teaser and this document.
We're not going to throw mud back and forth again and again and again over the same stuff that's been going on. Y'all both are guilty of it. I'm not going to rule one way or the other just based on who can make each other out to be the worst person in this case. I mean, we got teasers that are showing up last week. We got taking pictures of dictionaries and trying to claw back exhibits you put into evidence after you don't like something else because you didn't look at the rest of it, because you didn't give it to each other 45 days ago. We got lots of problems going on here. We're going to take a break. I'll be back in a few. And yeah, just for the record, do not talk to Mr. Young about Helios, about this document, about anything to do with this whatsoever. And again, I think the document was sitting in front of Mr. Young, but you're not to have any communications about that until I get back. All right?
Thank you.
All right. You ready? All right, we'll go back on the record. I guess the first good announcement is we only have about another week and a day to do discovery in this case. So after, I guess, 8 days from now, nobody else will be springing up new documents for purposes of trial. We talked about this the other day in the context of late disclosed exhibits. And I pointed to the case, the Supreme Court case of Binger versus King Pest Control at 401 Southern 2nd, 1310, which dealt with late disclosed witnesses being added. And I guess the initial argument being made by CNN in this case as to defendant's exhibit 589 had to do with it being an impeachment document, but obviously it's not just for impeachment purposes. But the issue in Binger had to do with some generic labeling of impeachment witnesses, and it dealt with the exclusion of a late disclosed or non-specifically disclosed witness in that case. And as I read the other day, the court said that as it related to a witness, but I'm treating it the same for purposes of a non-disclosed or a late impeachment / substantive exhibit in this case. But the court said in Binger, the discretion to either exclude or not exclude must not be exercised blindly, however, and should be guided largely by determination as to whether use of the undisclosed, in that case witness, will prejudice the objecting party, which in this case is the plaintiff. Prejudice in this sense refers to the surprise in fact of the objecting party and is not dependent on the adverse nature of the testimony. And it talks about other factors that can enter into the court's exercise of discretion, include the objecting party's ability to cure the prejudice, or similarly, his independent knowledge of the existence of the witness in that case, the calling party's possible intentional or bad faith noncompliance with the pretrial order, and the possible disruption of the orderly and efficient trial of the case. If after considering these factors and any others that are relevant, the trial court concludes that use of the undisclosed witness will not substantially endanger the fairness of the proceedings, the pretrial order mandating disclosure should be modified and the witness should be allowed to testify. All right. I think before we took that break, I had raised some issues as to, why in the course of discovery Helios had come up and why this wasn't obtained prior to 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the third day of trial. That's, I guess, to some extent a tactical decision or what have you that was made, which obviously the tactical decision to wait and not send out a subpoena to Helios could backfire and blow up in the defendant's face by me saying you can't use this exhibit because you didn't find it in a timely manner during the timely part of discovery in this case. The other aspect of it is there were some questions that came up in the deposition, and I don't know, looking through, and I looked before and after the pages that we all talked about at sidebar and that you pointed out, Mr. Axelrod. I don't know that there were specific questions that necessarily pointed to something in terms of Mr. Young's discussion of Helios or the questions that were posed to him. The biggest aspect of this, though, and you make aspersions that Mr. Young didn't produce this during the course of discovery despite you making pointed discovery requests. And obviously he needs to produce whatever in his possession, custody, or control. I don't know how many times I said that during the course of this case on all the discovery motions that we had in this case. And he may or may not have had access to it. Obviously, we dealt with a bunch of other issues that he didn't have access to. It looks like here his signature is on here, December 8th, 2021. If we got into the questioning, we may find out it's just something he went on and docu-signed online or what have you. But anyway, I'm not here at this point in time in a position to make a call as to whether I believe sanctions are warranted or whether Mr. Young had this within his possession, custody, or control at the time of the discovery requests that were pertinent and made in this case that would have covered this. But the biggest aspect of this, in my opinion, in looking at it is whether the document was within Mr. Young's possession, custody, or control at the time of a discovery request that was served upon him in this case. The fact that he sat there on December 8th, 2021 and signed a document, the knowledge of that clearly was within the possession, custody, or control of his brain. So the fact that he may have signed something with Helios Global on December 8th, 2021, he knew about it. It's not a surprise to him that the document that whether he signed it in person, whether he signed it electronically or otherwise, whether he kept a copy of it or not, is kind of irrelevant. So the document and the knowledge of the document, the fact that he signed it, he would have known about 3+ years ago at this point in time. So other than the fact that the document wasn't timely disclosed and plaintiff's counsel may not have been aware of the document or seen the document before today, it's not necessarily the prejudice to counsel. It's prejudice to the party. And the fact that he signed it and would know that he signed this thing 3+ years ago, there's no prejudice to sticking it in front of him for purposes of this trial. So I'll allow the use of the document. Again, you only have 8 more days, guys, to do discovery so that we have a whole bunch of other documents show up. I mean, we're on defense 589. I don't know what the highest number of the plaintiffs are, but why not get a few more? See what else y'all can uncover and find out about in the next week, and we can keep having this argument. I say that sarcastically, and I know the record in this case doesn't show my sarcasm. But I'm going to be pissed off if we continue to do this on a daily basis, because it seems like in 4 days of trial, maybe it didn't happen during jury selection, but otherwise, we haven't even gotten through one witness and cross-examination of that witness, and I don't know how many documents here y'all haven't come up with and produced and exchanged with each other at this point in time. I don't expect this to happen again. I think I said that the last time. If there's other things that y'all have that you haven't put on an exhibit list, I don't want to see this showing up in the first time in my courtroom. Y'all need to resolve that issue. Otherwise, we're going to have some problems. All right?
Yes, I have one follow-up question. Not an argument, a question.
I'll judge whether it's an argument or a question.
My question is, had it been produced, we would have had an opportunity to confer with our client. As I said before, I think he may not be prejudicial to him of its existence, but his inability to be able to confer with his lawyers is prejudicial. He has a right to do that. So my question is, may we take 5 minutes to speak with our client about this surprise document? I will represent to you, Judge, as an officer of the court, I have never seen this document before.
Mr. Oxrod, you stood like you wanted to say something.
I'm an easy tell. I think it's inappropriate. There's questions pending. Your Honor has now gone through the analysis and has decided that we can question him about the document. Mr. Young should not benefit from the opportunity to come up with a story now to justify why.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Whoever makes a personal insult to the other side is going to start paying a $100 fine each time it happens. That's going to go to legal services here. You can make an argument without casting aspersions on the other side. All right? I'm making that rule now. If I find a personal insult to the other side, it's $100 that's going to North Florida Legal Services. All right? Make the rest of your comment without insulting or trying to insult opposing counsel.
I will make a voluntary donation after this.
I'm not ordering you to do it this time. I'm saying on a go-forward basis.
I'm going to make a good faith voluntary donation, and I'll just say, I think there's a question pending. I would like to just move forward with my question.
Mr. Friedman, but prior to redirect, I will allow you to talk to your client. In terms of now, we're not going to have to take a break and have a consultation regarding this document. All right? We wouldn't normally take a break during cross-examination, so I'm not doing it. All right?
I understand your ruling, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? If you're filing any other motions, you've raised a number of other issues you want to raise, file a motion or deal with it later on.
We will.
But in terms, the only thing I need to deal with right now is this document. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Young, come back up to the witness stand. Anything else before we get the jurors in?
Not for planning, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I need to get a cash register sound machine up here. If I think you do something, you're just going to hear it ching.
What you actually need is a Venmo, given that nobody carries cash anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to search for an app while I'm sitting up here with a noise thing where I can just hit the button. I don't know, remember that Bazoola thing from the World Cup years ago? And everybody had that where you could shake your phone? Yeah. God, that was an annoying sound. Was it called Bazoola? Something like that.
Vuvu is able.
Yeah. See, I've tried to block it out. All right, y'all stand. All right, y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs. I apologize. I definitely underestimated when I said 20 minutes. I'll let you get settled in and get your notepads back out. No, y'all ready? Okay. All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Young, I think the last question I asked you was, sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? And your answer was yes, correct?
Yes,
Do you have Defense Exhibit 589 in front of you?
I do.
And that is your signed consulting agreement with Helios Global, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of DX 589.
Your Honor, based on our discussions earlier, you know my position on this. We object, but
All right.
I understand the court's order.
Over your objection, I'll admit Defense 589.
Okay, Mr. Nemex, can you publish? So, first of all, let's go down to the people at the bottom. So, Mr. Young, on the right, that's Helios Global, Ian Conway, correct?
Correct.
And Helios Global is a government contractor?
They are.
On the right, on the left, consultant signature, that's your signature, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's the address, Nemex's address. I think that was your mother's
My mom's home address.
home address. And you signed this electronically on 8th of December 2021, correct?
No, I think this was printed and signed. I mean, it's my wet signature.
Okay. The date of this contract is December 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. you would agree that December 8th of 2021 is about a month after the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
So if you look at the top, if we can go back to the top, this says consultant security agreement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In accordance with paragraph 2-212 of the National Industrial Security Program Operating Manual, DoD 5220.2-M, we certify that Helios Global Inc. has entered into an agreement whereby Zachary Young will provide security services requiring access to information classified up to the top secret level. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the following guidelines apply, and it lists those guidelines, correct?
Yes.
So just to go back to my first question, isn't it true that in December of 2021 you signed a consulting agreement with this government contractor, Helios Global?
Yes.
And this was 1 month after the CNN publications?
Yes.
And after this, so this was, isn't it true, Mr. Young, that on November 13th of 2021, you renewed your security clearance through Helios Global?
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
It's not how it works.
Okay. It's not true that Helios Global had you sign or had you go through a company security briefing and then you executed an agreement. I, Zachary Young, have read the PowerPoint presentation furnished to me by the FSO. I understand my responsibilities in safeguarding, destroying, and transmitting national security information. And you signed that on 13th of November 2021. That's not true?
I signed that, but that's not renewing your clearance.
May we approach for 1 minute? We don't have copies of everything that we've discussed. We only have a single page.
Young, yeah, so in November, on November 13th of 2021, which would be right after the CNN publication, you went through this, you went through a Helios security briefing and executed that agreement, correct?
That's correct.
And then a year later, in 2022, you went through another Helios security briefing and executed that agreement, correct?
I think so. I don't remember. They should do it every year.
You should do it every year. And you did it with Helios in 21 and 22, correct?
I don't recall 2022, but I see what you have for 2021 there.
Okay. You would agree that this all happened after the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
All right, we can take that down. Mr. Nez, if you could put up DX92 just for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 92. Do you recognize it as another one of your LinkedIn posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit DX92.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just trying to look. Is this the only page?
How many pages is this? One page.
I think this is our page, Your Honor. But no objection.
All right, defense number 92 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
And if you could blow up that post for Mr. Young. And here in this post, you say, still conducting emergency evac flights from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you had never conducted any emergency evac flights from Afghanistan, correct?
Correct.
As you can take that down. As you were watching the situation unfold in Afghanistan in August of 2021, you knew it was a pretty horrible situation for the people who lived there, correct?
Yes,
People were desperate to get out, correct?
definitely.
Fair to say that in August, September, and then the very beginning of October, you made about $300,000 doing evacuations, correct?
Yes.
And you made that money evacuating people from that desperate situation, correct?
I made that money evacuating people for corporations, yes.
Right. You made that money from corporations evacuating people from that desperate situation, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, he answered, but I just asked him to answer it up. It's just, how many times the same question?
If it's asked and answered, I'll sustain.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, we've seen a good number of posts on LinkedIn from you advertising your services, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where you talked about your proficiency of evacuating people, correct?
Correct.
And some of those posts mentioned sponsors, correct?
Yes.
Some of those posts didn't mention sponsors, did they?
No, they didn't.
And two U.S. corporations reached out to you, correct?
Say again? Sorry.
Two U.S. corporations reached out and hired you, correct?
Correct.
One U.S. nonprofit reached out to you, correct?
Correct.
And then the German company Civil Fleet, the German civil, I guess NGO Civil Fleet, correct?
Correct.
And then a lot of Afghans reached out to you, correct?
Yes, Afghans reached out as well.
And you advertised to those Afghans, didn't you?
I did, in the sense that my advertisements reached Afghans.
Right. And you never helped any of those Afghans who reached out to you evacuate from Afghanistan, did you?
I never conducted any evacuations for them, but I helped.
My question is, you never helped evacuate any of those Afghans who reached out to you on LinkedIn, did you?
Correct.
1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm done at this point.
All right.
I tender the witness.
You want to take 5?
I think that would make sense, Your Honor. I could get questions in order and try to use our time more efficiently.
Yeah, I'll do this. All right, what we're going to do, we just had taken a longer break, and obviously I don't want to take another break, so I'll have you go back to the jury deliberation room and just hang out there we'll take 5 minutes real quick before we flip back to Mr. Friedman doing redirect questioning of his client. All right, before we take this recess, just remember all the rules I've given you apply even outside the courtroom. Remember the basic rule, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with the trial except speak to court staff. No emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. Do not do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. And remember all the other rules I've given you apply. If you become aware of any violation of those rules, let court personnel know. And if you do turn on your phone, when you're back there in the deliberation room, just make sure you're turned off before we come back in. But we'll have a quick 5-minute break, okay? All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. All right. You can step down and go talk to Mr. Friedman. But everybody else, if you need to go run and use the restroom or whatever, which maybe you did before, if you want to do it again, feel free, but don't wander off too far. This will be short. just remember, we got to knock off at 3:45.
I got it. I think we'll be done. I hope so.
Yeah, I don't know if it was less that you were planning. Everybody said, but yeah, I mean, if we can get done with Mr. Young by 3:45. Yeah, I mean, if you can't, obviously we can put it back up in the morning. But all right, on the record, anything we need to do before we bring it back?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jurors entering.
Y'all have a seat. All right, y'all ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
Good afternoon, Zach.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall yesterday Mr. Axelrod asked you a bunch of questions about your tax returns?
Yes.
Do you prepare your own tax returns?
No,
You have a professional help you with them?
I do. I have a CPA.
Okay, I want to take a quick look at what Mr. Axelrod showed you. Corey, can we put up PX 21? And it's in evidence, so can we, there we go, okay. This is one of your tax returns, right, Zach?
It is.
When Mr. Axelrod put this up, did he show the front page?
No, he didn't.
Okay, what is that front page? Corey, can you bring it up for us? Who is this David Rubel?
He's a CPA in Miami, Florida, who I've been with for many years.
Okay, and he says, Dear Zach, we have prepared your 2017 federal tax returns.
That's right.
You know, I don't want to go through all of them, but Corey, can we put that one down? Let's just bring up two others, PX 27 and PX 52. Let's put them side by side. Did Mr. Axelrod show the jury that your CPA prepared your tax returns when he showed them to him?
No, he didn't.
And do all of your tax returns have this CPA letter attaching to it?
They do.
And do you sit down with your CPA to review your returns before they are filed?
Yes, I review them.
And does your accountant actually file your returns for you?
Yes, he does.
Can you bring us to PX 52, page 4, please, Corey? And can you bring up the signature line over there? See where it says preparer's name, David Rubel, CPA, preparer's signature, David Rubel, CPA?
I see that.
Has Mr. Rubel ever hesitated signing one of your tax returns?
No, he hasn't.
Is he still a licensed CPA?
He is.
Has you ever been audited by the IRS?
No.
Zach, your tax...
Foundation.
Let me, I think I just, my question,
Ask the question to his knowledge.
to your knowledge, have you ever been audited by the IRS?
No, not to my knowledge.
And Zach, your tax returns have now been aired very publicly in this very public lawsuit.
They've been live streamed all over or whoever's watching.
Objection.
What's
Relevance prejudice? They're out catching the cipher?
Right. All right. I'm sustaining the objection to the last question. The jury's to disregard the last question. I mean, obviously, it's not a question's not evidence in the case or testimony in the case, so there's nothing to consider. But the fact the question was asked, you're asked to disregard. All right, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Young, do you understand that as part of this lawsuit, your tax returns will be publicly filed?
Yes, of course.
And does that cause you any concern?
Not at all. They're completely normal.
Do you remember when Mr. Axelrod took a long time yesterday going through a bunch of Nemex returns that showed various amounts of income?
Yes, I do.
Who owns Nemex?
I do.
Anyone else?
No.
To whom does all of Nemex's income flow?
Me.
Did you produce your personal tax returns in this case?
I think I did
So
7 years back.
So at the end of the day, did we really need to look at Nemex's tax returns to understand your income over the past several years?
Objection. Nemex,
I mean, what's the objection in a couple words?
Nemex was a party to this case, sir.
Your Honor.
I asked for the basis of the objection.
I'm sorry, I thought you said in a couple words.
Yeah, I said the basis in a couple words. That'd be foundation, hearsay,
Sorry.
speculation, whatever. I don't think there was, I'll overrule the objection as to the question as asked and as phrased.
Okay, thank you.
Can you repeat it for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the question was, at the end of the day, did we need to look at Nemex's tax returns to understand your income over the past several years?
No.
And now that Mr. Axelrod has raised it, a while ago, your company Nemex was a party to this case, right?
Correct.
And so, do you understand why Mr. Axelrod has Nemex's tax returns, right?
Because Nemex was a party to the case.
But is it a party today?
No, it's not.
So did we need to go through those returns?
No,
Okay. And we talked about an operating loss carryover. Do you remember that?
we did.
And can we, do you remember when Mr. Axelrod showed you your tax returns from 2018?
I do.
And do you recall testifying at deposition that you couldn't be sure when the loss came from, but at trial you testified that it was a classified business activity?
That's right.
And how long ago was your deposition?
A year? A while.
Represent to us 15 months.
I'll accept your representation.
Is there a reason why your testimony, you became sure between your deposition 15 months ago and today in trial?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. You know, I wanted to go and make sure, so I had reviewed since the deposition.
And so you did what? Did you review it?
I did.
And is that why you were sure?
Yes.
Zach, do you recall that we talked about your losses that we were carrying forward for many years?
Yes.
And when did you incur that loss?
Many years ago, many years ago. And I think, I'm not an accountant, I'm not a CPA, that's why I have one do my taxes, but I think it's, 20 years to carry your losses forward.
So when your tax return shows a zero income from a tax perspective, to you, does that mean that you didn't make any money that year?
No, it doesn't mean that.
So when Mr. Axelrod asked you about these losses, you told him it was classified. Do you remember that?
That's right.
And was the source of your income classified or the source of the operating loss classified?
The source of the income was classified and the details of the operating loss, but the operating loss itself was not classified, which is why you see it on my unclassified tax returns.
And is it true you told CNN's lawyers in deposition that the loss is related to income from a class?
Objection, improper. It's hearsay.
Okay. The loss is related to income from a classified project?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
How's that?
Overrule that.
And has you told anyone that before?
I think I brought it up.
Sustain the objection to that.
Thank you.
All right. Were you deposed in this case?
Yes.
And were you asked questions about this classified loss?
Yes, it was.
Did you answer those questions honestly and truthfully
I did.
and completely?
I did.
Was CNN the people that deposed you in that case?
They were.
That classified project, how many years ago? Can you give us a ballpark?
More than 10.
So I think you've testified that you stopped working for the government, like, when was it?
I didn't say.
Okay, so, but by 2014, you were out of the government, right?
Correct.
So 20 years, can you do the math for me? I became a lawyer because I don't do math.
I'm not tracking.
How long would you have, if 20 years from about 2014, how long would you have to take that operating loss into the IRS guidelines?
Like in the 90s, late 90s.
Okay. Do you recall on cross-examination that you were asked about deleting your call logs?
I do.
And Mr. Axelrod asked, well, you know what, let me back up a second. Do you recall today Mr. Axelrod made a big deal out of the time you go to bed?
Yes,
And you know, these cross-examinations are tough, right?
they are.
And you actually agreed with him about the time, that it was 7:42 instead of 8:42. Do you remember that?
Yep.
But you were actually right originally, right?
I was right the first time, yeah.
And, so I want to make sure you didn't make any other mistakes, okay? Because Mr. Axelrod in cross, he asked you a bit of a compound question. He said, isn't it true that you deleted these signal messages so that this jury cannot determine if you made those calls? Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
I want to make sure the record is clear down, so I'm going to break that question down, okay? Did you delete signal records?
Yes,
And is it true that the jury can therefore no longer review those records to determine if you made those calls?
yes.
But so there's no ambiguity. Why did you delete the call logs?
That happens automatically if I delete a contact on Signal, the history with that contact, it's the calls, the call logs, messages.
And did you delete those messages for the purpose of depriving it from the jury's review?
Of course not.
Okay. Corey, can you put up DX8 for me? Yes, Your Honor. It was been admitted into evidence. Okay. Do you recall looking at this document yesterday?
Yes.
And would you consider this document your resume?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because people like me can't put accurate details about their background on a resume.
So why does this document exist?
I made this for the purpose of the Saudi program because I still had to go through their onboarding process with an HR department. And like everyone else on the team, had to have something to give them to check the box that there was a resume, they reviewed it, I met all the qualifications, but that was it. It wasn't a real resume.
Did you sit for a deposition 15 months ago?
Yes,
Were you asked questions about this resume?
I was.
Did you answer them truthfully,
I did.
consistently with today?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Axelrod asked you questions about a statement that you made to Amentum folks about, you know what, actually this might be easier. Can we just pull up PX55? And can we scroll down a little bit? A little bit more. Okay. And then here, you've got, I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time, right here.
Yes.
And he also asked you about a statement you made about work drying up. Do you remember?
I do.
And then you offered to explain.
I did.
Did Mr. Axelrod let you explain?
He didn't.
Okay. Why did you say, I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time?
It was a negotiating tactic, and it worked. Actually, I was trying to send the message, hey, I'm going to go away. I can go somewhere else. Let's get this moving forward.
Thank you, Corey. You can take it down. Do you remember a line of questioning from Mr. Axelrod about whether your contacts, Matt Gunning and others, are still at Amentum?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And he asked you, could you get hired by Amentum now that your colleagues are no longer there?
No, I couldn't.
And where are many of those people today?
They started a company called Five Eyes.
Are you working for Five Eyes?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Objection.
What's the basis of the objection?
Foundation. Speculation.
I'll overrule it to the extent if he's got knowledge, but he can't comment on what other people's impressions are. So
Let me ask.
if he can answer it, sorry.
I'll ask a slightly.
All right,
different
rephrase
question.
it.
Let me rephrase that. So, do you recall Mr. Axelrod a few minutes ago was asking you questions about had you spoke to Matt Gunning before your deposition 15 months ago?
Yes, I do.
He was very careful to limit it to the deposition.
He was.
Have you spoken to Matt Gunning since?
I have.
And don't tell me what Matt Gunning said, but did you leave that with an impression?
Yes, I did.
And what was your impression?
My impression was my assumptions about why I'd been exiled were absolutely correct. And my impression was that what I had built, my material, my program, moved on without me through Five Eyes and is being used without me. That's my impression.
Corey, can we put up DX 86, last page only?
The last page is
Yeah, sorry.
the last page in.
I believe, so. Let's
Or is
just
that-
make a limited production so that I think you, yeah. Yeah, so last page only. You don't have that one? You only have it as one page? Is it a page that says we've been moving people over land to safety? No? We'll come back to it.
Would you like us to do it?
Yeah, do you have it? That'd be awesome.
Appreciate that.
See, we can get along, Judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only the last message I think is in, right? Yeah. Let's just focus on that last Mr. I apologize. Mr. Demeza, thank you. Thank you so much. Didn't know you'd be working for me today, huh? Thank you. All right, can we publish that, please? Can we publish the jury, Mr. All right. Do you recall being shown this message by Mr. Axelrod yesterday?
Yes.
And I think he asked you a question about the limitation of language. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he said, it doesn't say in here anything about Afghans being limited to corporations, right?
It doesn't.
Who are you connected with on LinkedIn primarily?
Primarily corporate connections, chief security officers, chief executive officers, chief operating officers, almost the vast majority corporate, and the vast majority of those security oriented.
Who did you understand LinkedIn would push this to when you published it?
Objection. Your order, Your Honor.
In terms of the question, I'll overrule the objection on the question. I mean, I think the hey, come up here real quick.
Okay.
All right. Hang on.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Ready? All right. So just for the record, I was overruling the objection as to the last question. Do you want to read back the last question? Do y'all have it?
Who did you understand LinkedIn would push this to when you published it?
My network.
Did you view it as necessary to always write that a sponsor was required?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Because it was, my target audience was corporate, and specifically corporate security. That was what I was targeting. But
Objection, Your Honor. For the standards we just talked about.
Yeah, I'll overrule it.
I was targeting my, I just described it. I don't know how many times I can say it differently.
Corey, can you put up 298, please? And you testified on direct that these posts caused you mental distress. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And on cross-examination, Mr. Asrod asked you about whether this post was made before or after the CNN post was aired, right?
correct.
Now, he didn't ask you when you saw the post, right?
You didn't.
When did you see the post?
After the broadcast was aired.
And did it cause you mental distress?
Severe.
You take that down, please. On cross-examination, Mr. Axelrod pointed to a period of about a year and a half between 2017 and 2018 where you didn't make any money. Do you recall that?
I do.
Was there a reason you didn't make any money during that time period?
Yeah, there's a good reason.
What's that?
That's when I was building the Saudi program. It doesn't happen in a couple weeks or a couple months. You have to invest your time. I think I went over that process. Making sure the client understands what they want, what's realistic, we walked through the statement of work, or part of it at least. That all had to be built. So there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of client engagement. It took 2 years, but it was 2 years that was a good investment for me. This was the point where I think just geopolitically, the world was at a place where this was becoming privatized, and I was at the very front of that process. So I was willing to invest 2 years of my life working to develop this concept and build this plan that was successful. It did reach the contract stage. It was funded. We did actually execute and go into Saudi Arabia. And my plan was, this is the end. This is the end game. The Saudi project was supposed to be 10 years at least. And this is something that would have been implemented and is being implemented in other places now. And that was supposed to be the end for me. So I invested 2 years with the expected return at a later period, continuing through the end of my career. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
You were asked a lot of questions about deleting documents. Do you recall those?
I do.
And you were asked a lot of questions about deleting documents at the same time you were meeting with lawyers to talk about filing a lawsuit against CNN. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And Mr. Axelrod seemed to leave the impression that you were doing so at the instructions of counsel, right?
That's ridiculous.
Objection.
Were,
Prejudicial, irrelevant.
Sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
were you ever asked to delete documents?
No, I wasn't.
Was that part of your legal strategy?
No, of course not.
So the order of events is correct?
Which order of events?
That you met with a lawyer before you deleted some documents?
No, I don't remember. It was around the same general time period, and this was general outreach, general consultations with a couple lawyers to see if there was potential for us to move forward. There was no deep discussion about documents or, discovery didn't even happen until I signed on with your firm.
I just want you to be careful of privilege.
Okay.
Did you hire those lawyers you were meeting with in December?
No.
And Mr. Axelrod asked you about when you first talked to me. Do you recall that?
I do.
You said you didn't quite remember, but maybe in December?
I think it was December.
Can I refresh your recollection with something?
Sure.
And I'm handing you a privilege log that was created in this case. Do you know what a privilege log is, Mr. Young?
I do now.
And it lists the documents that we don't have to turn over to the other side because they're attorney-client privileged, right?
Correct.
And the second entry on that log, can you take a look at that?
I see it.
And that's your opening email to me, right?
That's the first time I emailed you.
And what's the date there?
It's February 11th, 2022.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
When's the first time you met me, Mr. Zach?
So that's February 11th,
Oh,
2022.
thank you. Corey, can we put a PX 313, please? And can we publish everywhere? It's in evidence. Do you remember Mr. Axelrod showing you this document?
I do.
And he asked you if you could explain why you started advertising. Well, let me take that back. He asked you questions about why you're offering air evacuations, right?
Correct.
I believe you offered to explain, but you weren't able to, right?
I was not.
Can you explain now?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I said we are now shifting focus to air evacuations from Afghanistan, from Kabul to safe countries. So this was as the options evolved, as the operating environment evolved and changed, air evacuations were becoming an option. My contacts were successful in conducting these types of air evacuations. I personally hadn't come forward with one and been involved in one, but they were doing it. That's why I say we and not I.
Thank you, Corey. Could you put up PX 309? It's also an evidence, Judge. During the back and forth with Mr. Axelrod, you brought up these direct messages. Do you recall that?
I do.
And can you scroll down a little bit where it's out right there? Can you highlight where it says can also provide? No, sorry, that's the wrong one. Scroll down a little more. That one. We have an agreement with the Albanian government to provide refugee status. Do you remember Mr. Axelrod showing you that in cross?
Yes,
And you offered to explain.
I did.
Did he let you explain?
No.
Can you explain now?
Yeah, Yuri had been moving.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, to the extent that you can answer the question without saying what some other third party said to you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll ask it. I'll rephrase it.
All right.
You put this online, right?
I did.
So you had an impression inside, right?
Yes, I did.
What was your impression?
I had total confidence that I would be able to do what's described here, air evacuations with an endpoint in Albania because there was, in fact, an agreement with the Albanian government.
Objection, hearsay again. Strike.
All right, I'll sustain the last part of what he said. I think is premised on you saying what a third party said to you. So I'll sustain the objection and ask y'all to disregard the last part of what Mr. Young said. His impression of what they had is fine for y'all to consider.
Was it your impression that there was an agreement with the Albanian government?
Yes, it was my impression that there was an agreement with the Albanian government.
Thank you. Do you recall being shown your deposition transcript and we wanted to read more, but Mr. Axelrod wouldn't let us, right?
Yes.
And the court said,
I mean, I think anytime that there was an impeachment use of the depot that we used it all, but
well, the court, I'll rephrase the question.
yeah, ask the question without the initial.
Do you recall being shown your deposition?
A few times, yeah.
And there was a point I asked to read more,
Yep.
and the court said do that on direct, right?
Yes.
I want to do that now, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to your deposition, page 627, lines 19 through 25. Ooh. 627, 19 through 25. And so Mr. Axelrod had you read 19 through 21, right?
Yes.
Let's read that.
Okay. Question is, did you have any contacts on the ground in Afghanistan? Answer, no.
Now read the rest, please.
Question, so in order to perform evacuations in Afghanistan, you needed Yuri because you needed his contacts, correct? And I answered, that's right.
There were some questions about deleting documents, the operational documents while you were in Austria. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And you offered to explain.
I did.
Can you explain now, please?
Yes, so this is just basic operational security. The more people that know about it, I think I've discussed the need to know concept. This is just something that's completely standard and expected if you're a professional. So the more people that have access to any information that could get the operation compromised or put people in danger or just didn't need to be shared, that should be as limited to a small pool as possible. That's why not only me, but my sponsors, and it was just good operational security and totally routine to not keep compromising communications with sensitive sources on the ground in Afghanistan who were doing this type of work. I wasn't doing it specifically to keep it from Austrian police. I could probably talk all afternoon about the various ways of getting into phones and laptops and how organizations like NSA and the forward equivalents, especially in China and Russia, Iran, have similar capabilities. There's all sorts of ways to get information, and you don't always know about it when it happens. Typically, an adversary would just keep this new access, it's access is the term, they'd keep that secret, and they would continue monitoring and wait until the best time that they could do as much damage as possible. So that's the concept behind need to know in operational security.
Is it possible if you knew the names, you might just make a mistake and say them?
I don't understand.
So I'm saying, is another reason for the need to know protocol because people are fallible human beings?
Yeah, that happens. I mean, people make mistakes. In the intelligence community, it's the same concept. Documents get lost. Phones get left in taxi cabs. Information gets mishandled. We've seen lots of examples of that recently. Information gets leaked intentionally. It gets lost in accident. So that's another reason.
Or Mr. Axelrod brought you through the math on your Bloomberg evacuation?
Yes,
And you evacuated for others besides Bloomberg, right?
I did.
What did you testify the average profit margin was?
I think it was about 65% across the board.
But do you recall which one of your evacuations had the highest profit margin?
That was Bloomberg.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod reading you some text messages or something that allegedly came from a Mr. Bryant or something like that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Do you know a Mr. Bryant?
No, I don't.
Have you ever communicated with a Mr. Bryant?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod putting on the screen some wire transfers to Ralph?
Yes,
Do you know if CNN deposed Ralph in this case?
they did.
And who is Mr. Ralph?
I don't know much about him other than he's working for a company that was doing evacuations in Afghanistan.
And do you know where he lives now?
I forget. Somewhere in the Midwest.
In the United States?
Yes, in the U.S.
Zach, does your former employer tolerate using ambiguous terms like agency CO?
Yes.
Speculation.
I can rephrase it, too.
Sustained.
Is it your impression that your former employer tolerates using ambiguous terms like agency CO?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
Have you had discussions with your former employer?
No.
Have you discussions with your colleagues?
When?
Anytime while you were at that agency, since you've left that agency?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And during those discussions, have you discussed what is and is not permissible
Of course.
and acceptable?
Of course.
And when you sent that message to Jel Kornetsky, were you under the impression that that's accepted by your employer?
Yes, I was under the impression that it's accepted and extremely common.
Ask you a question I asked you yesterday, which is during cross-examination and today, have you said anything that would jeopardize any ongoing operations?
No.
Have you said anything that would jeopardize anyone?
No, I've been very careful.
Do you recall the exchange between you and Katie Bolilis?
I do.
And at the end of it, you talked about libel. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Osterrod asked you a series of questions about why you would care about the industry. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
If CNN put out a piece that libeled the corporate evacuation industry, would that hurt you too?
Of course.
Even though the story wouldn't be about you?
Of course.
Why?
Because people would be afraid of being involved in black market illegal activity. They would shy away from using people like me because of the story, the fiction that CNN created. They don't want the reputational damage.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod showing you, how long were you deposed for, Zach?
3 days, 3 full days.
How many hours each day?
I don't remember. It was a blur. 8 hours, and 7, approximately. They were long days.
And do you recall Mr. Axelrod showing you a question? Have you tried to make calls to your, and you said no there?
I did.
Have you ever provided other information about who you called?
No, it was just the people that that they asked me about.
I want to refresh your recollection. Can you take your binder, please? Go to 9714 of your deposition.
Okay,
No, 97.
I'm there.
Okay, you got there faster than me. Okay. This is your fresher recollection of whether or not you made calls to folks?
Yeah, I've made calls to folks.
Okay. And told CNN you did?
I told CNN.
And on, can you also go to 98, line 2?
Yes.
Objection, improper refreshing, if that's what this is. Just reading his deposition.
I don't need to read it. I can tell you.
Mr. Young, I'll sustain the objection.
There are some questions about seeing certain parts of the segment relatively recently. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you have the view. So you saw those relatively recently, right?
Correct.
Do you know if millions of others did?
Yeah, for sure.
Objection, foundation, move to strike.
Or interrogatories?
I asked him, does he know?
Does he know?
I'll overrule the objection.
Do you remember Mr. Axelrod put on the segment and asked you a bunch of questions about different parts of it?
Yes.
He asked you, is this true? Is this true?
Yes.
Did he ever ask you if the black market label was true?
No, he forgot that part.
Did he ask you anything about the black market label?
No.
Zach, do you remember a contract that Mr. Axelrod showed you from a company called Helios?
Yes.
Mr. DeMezza, can I enlist your services one more time? We don't have a copy of this. And I believe it's in evidence, so can we publish it to the jury, please? Can we publish the jury? Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry. We're waiting on me, yes.
it says Consultant Security Agreements Act. Do you see that?
I do.
I know Mr. Axelrod did give you a chance to explain it, so I would like you to. Please go ahead.
Okay. So with somebody who doesn't understand anything about security clearances or how the process works, you have to have a little bit of background information. Once you leave government service, you can't personally hold a clearance by yourself. It has to be through a company that has an agreement with the United States government. They are the ones that have to sponsor the clearance. The clearance is issued by the U.S. government. The renewal process, when you have to go through a reinvestigation, that happens by the U.S. government. This is just a company, like any defense contractor, that has the contracts with the U.S. government, and they hold the clearance for the individual. Typically, they have people like me who are basically in the stable that they can.
Foundation.
Overruled.
People like me who have various backgrounds that are not in the government anymore, that they need to be able to tap into on short notice. And the way that they do that is they hold the clearance for you. In my case, it's through this company, Helios Globos. The CEO is Ian Conaway. I was introduced to him many years ago through a mutual friend from the agency. Ian and I have never had the pleasure of meeting. We've talked a few times over a period of maybe 5 years since he's been holding my clearance. He's a very nice guy, and I'm very grateful for him to keep my clearance for me, because he hasn't really gotten anything out of it. He's done me a solid here and continues to. But part of the process and what you're seeing here is every year you have to sign this administrative document with whoever holds your clearance. In this case, it's Helios. It's not an agreement to do work for them. You don't see any numbers here. You don't see any project here. It's just an administrative function that they have to do every year to keep your clearance for you. So very grateful to Ian. If he's watching, I hope he knows that. But I haven't ever had any work from Ian. I've produced 7 years of my bank records, my own personal, and Nemex is my company. Never once, CNN knows this, there's no transfers from Helios Global, and it's because I've never...
You're not going to see it sidebar.
And while she's getting set, Mr. Friedman,
Yes, Your Honor.
reminded about the 45.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be done.
You ready? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Your Honor, did we get a ruling? I didn't.
Yeah, I was overruling the objection. It was
okay.
on the record at sidebar, but
Got it.
yes.
Zach, is there anything else to add on this issue?
That's about it.
Did you sit for a deposition in this case?
I did.
And were you asked about Helios in your deposition?
I did, and I gave the same explanation.
Your Honor, can I have 1 minute to confer? Zach, did you and your team successfully evacuate 3 women for Audible?
Yes.
Did you and your team successfully evacuate 4 women and 1 baby for Bloomberg?
Yes.
Did you and your team evacuate 3 women for Civil Fleet?
Yes.
Did you and your team evacuate 12 women for Hero?
Approximately 12. It might have been 13. I'm just not sure.
Were these successful evacuations of 22 women and a child reported by CNN?
No, they left that out.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have 2, really quickly. 2 very short questions that are new on. All right.
All right, hang on.
Mr. Young, I just have one question. When you were deposed in 2023, you never testified. You had a 2021, December 2021 consulting agreement with Helios, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would you like me to show you your portion of the deposition about Helios? Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on his answer, I'm giving him more than 1.
Mr. Young, if you would take out your deposition.
Got it.
And the portion that discusses Helios starts at, I think, right around 494. Actually, it starts at the bottom of 493, and then it goes to 498, if you want to look at those pages.
Okay, I've read it.
Does that refresh your recollection that you never testified? You had a December 2021 consulting agreement with Helios.
That's right, I didn't say that specifically.
Okay. You didn't say that at all, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that point? Mr. Freeman?
Did CNN ask you if you had a December 2021 agreement?
No.
No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you got an opportunity, I think, as I instructed you at the beginning, to ask questions of Mr. Young. If you do have questions, write them down on your piece of paper. If you don't have any questions, just tear out a piece of paper. When you're done, either writing your questions down or not writing anything down, fold your papers over and pass them to the bailiff. And again, whether you want to ask a question or not, that's entirely up to you. And while I'm waiting on those, y'all want to come to sidebar and I'll review the questions with you, if any.
If you don't know.
I figured you can get ready. I'll get ready. I said I figured you could get ready while I was. Yeah. let you get back. All right, I know we got to cut off. We got to get out of here, but I'd rather go through these real quick, and we'll be real quick here. All right, Mr. Young, what medication prescriptions are you currently have?
I'm on an antidepressant called mirtazapine. I'm on something for panic attacks called Kitalan, probably pronouncing that wrong. And then I'm on a sleep medication for insomnia called Tritico.
All right, and what support system for your disabilities?
What support system?
What support system?
I don't have any support system. This injury happened a long time ago. But the best thing you can do with a condition like the one that I have is to stay physically fit. I've avoided surgery, and I hope I can continue through the rest of my life without it. But if it does get worse, if I let myself go, then that would be the next option. But it's actually been better, a lot better, the last few years than it was initially. But I still have the disability rating with the Navy. That doesn't go away. But yeah, it's been manageable.
All right, tell us more about how your relationship with Yuri started and developed.
I wish I could, but the genesis of that relationship is under the classified category.
All right, Ralph Logistics also conducting evacuations?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about their operations. What I know by watching the deposition, but they were definitely doing evacuations. I don't know what part was corporate and what part wasn't, but they were involved in Yuri's network.
All right, and briefly, what was your contract with Helios for? Did they employ you after November 11th, 2021?
No, not at all. As I said, this is just and this is very routine in the contracting world. You have hopefully you're fortunate enough to have someone who's willing to hold your clearance for you, and that's all this relationship ever was with Helios. I've produced 7 years of bank statements. There's nothing, never a dollar from Helios, and there's never been a dollar, since the CNN thing either. But thankfully, they're still holding the clearance, as far as I know. Maybe I should go back and check, but nobody's told me that it's been dropped yet, so I hope I still have it. I haven't been told that they dropped it.
All right, CNN's apology, have you seen this apology, and was it made public?
It was, and I have seen it because CNN produced it. It was on the Jake Tapper show. Jake Tapper wasn't on the show that day. It was somebody else, and I'll try to recite it. It was basically, we ran a story featuring evacuations and a man named Zachary Young. During the broadcast, we used the term black market. The use of the term black market was an error, and to Mr. Young, we apologize. Pretty close. I didn't see it. If you wanted to see it, you wouldn't be able to because it was just a blurb in time. If you hadn't been watching CNN that day, at that 20-second period, then you would have missed it. It was gone. Wasn't on any of the shows, wasn't on their social media, wasn't on their website, wasn't anywhere else. So take it for what it is.
Did you receive or conduct training on maintaining a level state of mind in strenuous conditions?
Yes.
Was this tactic employed by you?
Here? No, not today. I just told the truth.
At the time of the incident.
All right. Like after the publication? After the publication, did you employ that tactic?
I really tried to. That's why that's why it was. Sorry. That's why it was especially different, and I've gone through a lot of hardships in my life. The SEAL training, the agency stuff, and I've always been able to do that very well. I was selected for that, and then learned to do it better and better and better. Developed such a high degree of training and doing that, and to the point where I went overseas by myself in the most dangerous environments and was always able to handle it. Never lost my cool, never had panic attacks. I would just be able to, I won't say do anything, but I never had any problem in stressful environments. But then I've never had my life destroyed. This was something different. You take away somebody's ability to put food on the table and take care of their family. It's not about, crossing into Iran or going into China for a trip or meeting with agents. It's something totally different. And I've never done this before. This is my first experience, and it's been horrible.
All right. Is it rational to think the Austrian government would knock on your door?
Yeah, it is. It is rational. And, foreign country, different laws. Austria is very neutral. They're like Switzerland. They stay out of conflict. They're not a member of NATO. Not a lot of people know that. They aren't involved in Ukraine. They are neutral. So mercenaries like me, according to CNN, aren't welcome there. So I still worry about it, yeah.
Why do you remain or have you remained in Austria?
I've been there for 17 years. My wife is still at school there. That's where our roots are now. I'm still American. I'm still a patriot. Still serve my country, even from Austria. My family's here, but that's where we built a life. We love it there. It's a really nice place. And I was able to build a model that allowed me to be very successful living in a beautiful place in Austria. And it just worked. It's not something that can be replicated. There's no website for something else that was like it. But Austria is a great place. If you ever have the opportunity to go, highly recommend it.
All right. If I didn't read your question, as I indicated when I gave the instructions on questions by the jurors, it was because under our rules of evidence or other rulings in this case, they would not be proper for purposes of the trial. So I appreciate the questions, but apologize if they did not get asked for that reason. Mr. Friedman, anything else on those?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. We need to get you out of here. I do need to read the instruction real quick to you before we're about to take our recess for the evening. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply outside the courtroom. Remember the basic rule: don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with the trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. And remember to observe all the other rules I've given you. If you become aware of any violation, let court personnel know. We'll come back tomorrow, start at 8:30 again. All right, so come back at 8:15, meet downstairs in the reception area. We'll bring you up here, and we'll get rolling at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And you all have a good evening. Jurors are out of the courtroom. Everybody be seated.
Are you looking to me or just walking?
Yeah, you're going to say we got nothing we need to address, and Mr. Axelrod's going to say we have nothing we need to address.
I wish.
Yeah.
I do have one.
I know.
Your Honor, I'm cognizant of the time both sides are taking. Not that we all probably could have wrapped up things faster. I think the only person who saved any time here today in this trial was Mr. Roche, and that was inadvertent. So I know we need to finish before the end of the week, and so what I was hoping the court could give us some guidance on when we need to give this case to the jury, because there might be a phase 2. And however much side each time has taken, they've taken, and give us, like, if we have to divide time equally, then we've eaten our time, they've eaten their time, whatever it is, and we just need to know, because we need to be able to get this submitted on time. So I just need some guidance from you, because I don't know how long the jury's going to deliberate, so that's why I'm just flagging this, to make sure we do this on time, because I know the court said many times it needs to be done on time.
Yeah. Well, how many more witnesses y'all have?
We have 3 experts, and then we call we call 3 CNN witnesses live. One of them is about a 10-minute examination. One of them will be substantial. Mr. Marquardt will obviously be a substantial examination. And
our directs of our experts are under 3 hours.
Yeah, the total of our 3 experts will be under 3 hours in direct. And one of the CNN experts crosses will be about 15 minutes. Who's the third? Oh, one will be maybe 45 minutes to an hour. And then Mr. Marquardt is a little tougher to say, but probably a little more than a half day. Maybe a day, I don't know. But that's why I need to know how much time we got so that I can fit it in, Judge.
Well, you know we got till Friday
Well, I got to turn it over.
next week. I mean, to get everything wrapped up, phase 1, and if necessary, phase 2.
Right, Your Honor, but if we turn it over to the jury, let's say Friday morning, and they deliberate through the evening of Friday, and we don't have a verdict on phase 1, how do you want to handle phase 2?
We need to, the same jury needs to decide phase 2.
I agree, Judge. My point is...
And my point is, I mean, if the jury's out deliberating on Friday afternoon, we'll have them deliberate till they get done deliberating. But working backwards, we need to plan that if necessary, they'd be deliberating phase 2 on Friday.
So when do we need to turn... That's what I'm asking, Your Honor, for guidance. When
I don't, how long would it be in terms of evidence or testimony for phase 2?
Very quickly, Your Honor. I can't imagine... What?
So in other words, they need to render a verdict on phase 1 by Thursday.
Friday morning, Your Honor. I think phase 2 from our side is going to be maybe an hour and a half. It's not a long.
Right, but then you got argument, I got instructions, we got all that other stuff, and send it out. That's why I'm saying I would plan right now that they'd be deliberating by Thursday afternoon next week on phase 1. So that we got Friday, if necessary, for phase 2.
So that means closings are Thursday mornings.
No, I mean...
That's why I'm raising this now, Judge.
No, I mean, obviously we need to have, we don't need to be at a point that we're taking an excessive amount of time on Thursday during the day to go over and finalize instructions. We'll figure out that earlier in the week on the final instructions to give. Hopefully, knowing what I gave on the preliminary instructions on the law, we can make the closing instructions fairly easily, as that being a guidepost for most of them. I mean, obviously, there's some other ones that'll probably get thrown in, but, we can have potentially, depending on how long a witness is, some testimony Thursday morning, closings and instructions, and get him I think they need to be deliberating by Thursday afternoon, is my point of saying they need to have deliberated phase 1 by Thursday. And I understand you're sitting there going,
I have a case.
You have to put on your case.
I got 6 witnesses,
which
2 experts.
we're working backwards. We're working
I
backwards.
understand, but
So my point is you shouldn't have much of a case, or if anything, whatever, I don't know, rebuttal case, but there shouldn't be much of testimony and evidence by Thursday. We should be done by Wednesday. So if we're working backwards from that, you've spent Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday with 1 witness on your case.
Well, Your Honor, that's not fair, because if we were told that
What was incorrect?
What was incorrect was CNN took half that time on cross while we did not object and allowed them to introduce evidence for the purposes of efficiency.
Right.
If I wanted to run my case as fast as I could, I'd object to the introduction of every single document. I'd make Mr. Axelrod pass on Mr. Young. I'd run all my witnesses through, and then I'd hand the case over to him, and he could bring Mr. Young back. I didn't do that for efficiency purposes, and he had him up here for over a day.
Okay.
And that's fine, but it's not my witness.
I made that point yesterday, that we were introducing defense exhibits during the plaintiff's case in chief, and I appreciated that from the efficiency standpoint. However, there was nothing incorrect with what I said, that we spent 3 days on 1 witness in this case.
That's true, as long as the you was a collective you. I thought it was plaintiffs that spent 3 days. As long as
And whether they call them back during their case in chief or not, that's obviously their decision as to whether they're going to do that. But we spent 3 days. We've got tomorrow, and what I'm saying is we got 3 days next week to get evidence and testimony concluded in this case. So we got 4 days left.
Your Honor, my understanding from our pretrial was if we allowed cross-examinations to go, they would not be recalling witnesses. That was, I thought, the understanding that now he's done. Otherwise, I would have certainly, I mean, that's what was discussed, and we talked about not playing, we agreed not to play depositions. We could have just played CNN deposition witnesses and then crossed them live when they brought them live. We worked with CNN to schedule those witnesses and bring them live so that each witness had to be called once. So you just said they could call Mr. Young back. That'd be contrary to our understanding and the premise of why I allowed them to introduce.
All right, well, we're going down a road here that may or may not even come up, and we can address it at that point in time. But my point is we got 4 days left for you to present the rest of your case and for defense to put on their case.
Understood.
I said a day or so ago, we need to get this done by Friday next week.
Is Saturday an option?
Not for me. But could we ask the jurors if they'd stay a little later each day? We did lose an hour and a half to an hour, that was
Right.
unseen. Unforced.
Yeah, I don't think we can get them in much earlier in the morning to start in the morning. I mean, I can ask them tomorrow about staying later. I wouldn't plan on tomorrow being any later, just from the standpoint of it's springing on them and it's Friday.
That would be a bad idea.
Yeah. I could ask him about starting on Monday, about going later.
If Mr. Axelrod,
I'll have a whole lot of court personnel ain't gonna be happy with me, but
Mr. Axelrod's up to it, I'm happy to split the cost of dinner for the jurors and the court personnel.
I mean, I don't plan on wanting to keep, I mean, that might be an issue if they're deliberating of doing that, but I wouldn't be doing that during the week. Why don't y'all do this before tomorrow? Y'all talk on how long you're anticipating for the schedule of what you've got potentially coming and how long you anticipate on those. Give me some sort of schedule of what your reasonable anticipated timing is going to be on some of these witnesses. Obviously, if they're videotapes, we know exactly how long some of these videotapes will play, so that part will be easy. But otherwise, we're going to have to start adhering to some time schedule or time limit on some of these witnesses. I mean, obviously, Mr. Young, being the plaintiff in the case, has a lot of testimony and evidence to put forth, but we are kind of way behind on getting towards a conclusion and allowing defense to be able to put on their case.
And Your Honor, I have to say, I don't really have a sense from plaintiff really what's going on. I guess I know the experts are tomorrow, and then I thought that there was going to be, they've designated about what, 6 hours?
3 hours. I think the tape is 3 hours as of now. It might be cut even further.
Well, I don't know. I thought it was more. I thought it was like 6. Maybe it's 3 now. It was 4 or 5. I don't know. I don't know who they're calling besides Alex Marquardt from our case. We've been asking. Hogan on.
Yeah, I thought you guys arranged to bring Hogan tomorrow.
Yeah.
You did? Oh, okay, so you know. So Hogan's tomorrow. The only people calling live, I'm happy to tell you in open court because we told you before. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can I? Fuzz Hogan's supposed to come tomorrow. You asked us if Mr. Marquardt could come on Monday, so we agreed that he could start on Monday instead of coming tomorrow. And then the only other live witness we're calling is, why am I blanking? Mr. Lumley, Tom Lumley.
Okay, because previously they had told us that they were also calling Katie Bo Willis and Lacey Bordeaux. This is the first time I'm hearing that they're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not. So.
Okay. And then, of course, we have 2 experts after that. We have Ralph Otto, who we thought that we would be firmly into our case, and he's going to be here Monday, flying from Germany. He'll be brief. Very brief.
All right. Like I said, why don't you put together who you got in anticipation of time and maybe try to put a schedule in place where y'all are working towards, A, giving them defense enough time to put on witnesses a reasonable amount of time, but build it in for Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to have try to figure out what kind of schedule. If there's a problem with, you don't think you've got enough time based on what they're building in here, we can deal with that. We'll deal with that at 8:15 tomorrow morning. We'll talk about the schedule.
Okay.
Understood.
And then to the extent that I may be able to get, if they're agreeable to doing like a 6 o'clock or whatever, I mean, I'm not keeping them here till 8 or 9 o'clock at night. But if we can build something where they're agreeable to like 6 o'clock or something along those lines, then we can obviously tweak each of those days next week, a couple hours, or, an hour. But I mean, I think we're also shortening down lunchtime to a half hour too, which is, which will be helpful.
Your Honor, also, I guess part of this will be need to know whether witnesses are being called once or twice. If they're being called twice, then we're going to insist on not allowing new evidence in through those witnesses and moving it on. I mean, I was trying to be efficient, but if that's going to backfire on my client, then I can't agree to that.
We're not planning on calling twice.
Okay.
All right, and I mean, I just mentioned about whether they were going to call Mr. Young because you had thrown that out there. But if Mr. Marquardt's coming and it's the plaintiff's calling him and you're just doing cross and you're going to have the extent of his testimony through that, then that's great.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the case. Okay, so we'll talk tonight and we'll put together a schedule. Your Honor, clarity, because at one point you said it's got to go to the jury Thursday afternoon, and now I thought before you said got to go to the jury, got to be done by Wednesday evening. So, I mean, it would be easier for us if we could give it to the jury, sometime on Thursday, but we got to do it by Wednesday. We'll do it by Wednesday.
I say that from the standpoint of the jury has to be out deliberating by Thursday afternoon on phase 1. I say concluding testimony by Wednesday because nothing in this case has been done within the time parameters of anything that we've set for a hearing or anything else. So I figured something was going to bleed over to Thursday morning anyway.
Understood. Your Honor.
You can build a schedule that plans on Wednesday.
You are wiser than us.
Maybe there's a chance that we will have very minimal stuff that we'd have to carry over to Thursday. But
Your Honor, I would propose, if the plaintiff is agreeable to it, to dispose with the jury asking questions. In my experience, it takes up a lot of time, and I don't think it's necessary, and defendants would agree to forego that.
I don't know if you're prepared to respond to that on the spot, but why don't we address that? We'll address it before we get them in here tomorrow morning. Yeah. All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No, nothing.
All right. I mentioned it yesterday or this morning about getting the paper exhibits, or at least starting to get the paper exhibits of what you've got readily accessible to the clerk so she could start marking them. So if you want to do that
Do we have a binder? This is all of plaintiffs.
now, that'd be great.
We have plaintiffs' exhibits. Does this have defendants' exhibits?
We have never seen it.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
Can we bring it back?
Can we just talk after?
yeah, I mean, we can go off the record and have a discussion about that. But anyway, since it's almost 4:15. We, there's a little more time before they start locking up the building. I was suggesting of at least trying to get some of those, and obviously y'all both need to be comfortable that what you're handing to the clerk is what y'all had electronically and what we've been showing everybody. So, you got some time that we can do that this afternoon. So, just from an administration standpoint, that would be helpful.
We will get that done.
All right. Anything else for now? All right. I'm going to put the swear jar out on the front of the bench for tomorrow. All right. Well, if nothing else, we'll be in recess till 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.